Hello, mic test 1 2, mic check. Check in, mic check 1 2. Yeah, up to la fajan domandi. Hello, mic check 1 2. I base dia la domandi. Check in, mic check 1 2. Check in, mic check 1 2. Yalong sutiara sayang awartale. Volume ni siata ni sutiara, but mostly girl ka jamfal domandi. Hello, mic test 1 2, mic check 1 2. Hello, mic test 1 2, mic check 1 2. Testing, mic test 1 2. Mic check. Testing, mic test 1 2. Adial domandi, but aka honna domandi ndiam domandi. Okay, no worries. One more time. Test. Hello, mic test 1 2. Check in, mic check 1 2. Wah, beda. Okay, thank you. Saya nak translate saya nak play the work. Just confirm. Open your agenda.
And we have to feel the gravity of what the vast majority of people on our continent is feeling. The higher the gulf between the promise of human rights and the lived realities of our people, the higher the challenge for appreciating the relevance of our work and the role of the Commission. We therefore need to work hard in order to harness the role and contribution of all sectors of society in order to narrow down this enormous gulf between the promise of our norms and the lived realities of the people on the continent. That is why it's extremely important for the Commission to work with other sectors of society beyond and above human rights institutions, human rights NGOs and civil society organizations. The role of the media needs to be harnessed and to be harnessed enormously. The role of policymakers, particularly in the economic sphere, needs to be harnessed. The role of policy in other areas, the digital space, also needs to be appreciated and harnessed and taken advantage of. We have to civil society organizations use women and the enormous potentials and entrepreneurial skills of our people. I thank you very much.
Bom dia, boa tarde ou boa noite. Meu nome é Maria Teresa Manuela. Estou na comissão desde 2017 e sou responsável pelo mecanismo das prisões, das condições de detenção e da ação policial em África. Integro também o grupo de trabalho sobre a pena de morte, integro o Comitê de Prevenção de Tortura em África e integro também o grupo de trabalho das comunicações. O que eu devo dizer acerca das prisões, condições de detenção e ação policial foi a ser introduzido na Comissão Africana e temos trabalhado intensamente sobre questões de polícia, portanto, da ação policial, e também temos trabalhado intensamente sobre as prisões. Por quê? Porque políticas africanas na Agenda 2063 como nas políticas da União, tanto da ONU, que é a Agenda 2030, pouco ou nada se diz acerca das prisões. Mas todos nós sabemos que são homens, mulheres e algumas crianças que se encontram nesses locais e precisam que os seus direitos humanos sejam protegidos, que seja respeitada a sua dignidade como pessoa humana. E sobre a polícia, precisamos de trabalhar no equilíbrio entre o respeito pelos direitos humanos e a manutenção da ordem e segurança públicas. Então, o meu mecanismo trabalha sobre estes dois aspectos cruciais na vida dos países que integram o continente africano. E apelamos a todos os que possam ajudar-nos a trabalhar para que as prisões sejam um local para correção e não para dupla punição, bem como trabalhar no sentido de que a nossa polícia possa efetivamente ser o garante do respeito pela dignidade das pessoas e o garante do respeito pela ordem e segurança públicas. Muito obrigada.
Je suis Marie-Louise Aboumou. Je suis juge à la Cour suprême du Cameroun, je suis camerounaise et je suis commissaire à la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples depuis 2020. Au sein de cette commission, je suis la présidente du groupe de travail sur les droits des personnes âgées et des personnes handicapées et la présidente du groupe de travail sur les communications. S'agissant du groupe de travail sur les droits des personnes âgées et des personnes handicapées, j'ai le plaisir de vous annoncer que cette 81e session ordinaire est spéciale. Elle est spéciale parce que au cours de cette session, nous avons eu l'honneur d'annoncer, de célébrer l'entrée en vigueur du protocole sur les droits des personnes handicapées et d'annoncer l'entrée en vigueur prochaine à la fin de cette session, soit le 6 novembre, du protocole sur les droits des personnes âgées. Ce qui fait que je suis un commissaire comblé.
Mon nom est Selma Sassi Safer, je suis de la République algérienne démocratique et populaire et je suis professeur de droit international à l'Université d'Alger. J'ai été élue membre de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples lors de la 43e session ordinaire de Conseil africain en juillet 2023. J'ai pris mes fonctions en tant que commissaire lors de la 77e session ordinaire de la Commission africaine le 20 octobre 2023. En matière de mécanismes spéciaux, je suis le rapporteur spécial en charge des réfugiés, des demandeurs d'asile, des Afrique et des migrants. En ce qui concerne les pays dont je suis en charge, je suis responsable de la promotion et de la protection des droits de l'homme et des peuples dans 4 États africains qui sont l'État de la Libye, la République du Niger, la République du Sénégal et également la République tunisienne.
Hello, my name is Lloyd Kuvea, Assistant Director at the Center for Human Rights at the University of Pretoria. We are here attending the 81st Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. As the Center for Human Rights, we're an academic institution, but we're also an NGO. Most of the work that we are doing as an academic institution is training states on state reporting under the Maputo Protocol. And we want to continue to do that and also partner with the African Commission and particularly some of the special mechanisms, including the Special Rapporteur on Women's Rights, but also with some of the working groups like the Working Group on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. We are partnering in terms of contributing to some of the conferences and submitting research papers on economic, social, and cultural rights. This particular session on the right to education in Africa, human rights instruments on the continent. That includes the Older Persons Protocol, the African Disability Protocol, the Social Protection Protocol, and the African Protocol. And for us, we really want states to ratify those instruments to protect rights of vulnerable people. Thank you.
My name is Michael Janyakun, Deputy Executive Director of the Institute for Human Rights and Development in Africa here in Banjul, the Gambia. Today I participated in a panel discussion on the implications of Article 59.1 with regards to confidentiality for the communications procedure of the Commission and how it impacts on litigants. I also, prior to that, delivered a statement on the human rights situation in Sudan in the context of the conflict that has displaced 9 million people, 7 million of them internally and about 2 million of them in neighboring countries. I think the session of the African Commission offers a space for reflection, for dialogue between civil society individuals, the African Commission and other organs, and state parties on common African problems. It offers a platform for us to also dialogue about issues of procedure and processes that either impede our ability to access the mechanism, and for us to collaboratively think about how we can better ensure that the processes of the Commission itself are inclusive and accessible, but also that the Commission is able to perform its mandate of guiding member states in implementation of their obligations under the African Charter and other human rights instruments for which the Commission is a supervisory organ. And I encourage every civil society organization that has the capacity to participate in the sessions of the Commission, and for individuals and other stakeholders to take active part in these deliberations for the Africa we want. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nafnael Zacharias. I'm the representative of Eritrea. I came from Asmara, from the head office of Minister of Foreign Affairs. So I came to the beautiful country Gambia and to the beautiful city of Banjul to attend the 81st ordinary session of the African Human and People's Rights. So we are here with our African brothers and sisters to talk about the prevailing conditions of human rights. We are discussing here about our countries and different African countries' improvements in the human rights conditions. We are giving recommendations, and also we are hearing different cases of discussions in the panels. So it's a very productive meeting. It's a very productive conference. So I hope things will get in the right direction. Thank you so much.
D'abord, il y a au niveau de la Commission ce qu'on appelle les mécanismes spéciaux. Il s'agit d'une espèce de subdivision interne du travail avec des rapporteurs, avec des groupes de travail et avec des comités. C'est comme cela que la Commission africaine de l'homme et des peuples travaille. Alors, c'est sur une base thématique. Hein. Un rapporteur, il travaille seul, il peut travailler sur les réfugiés, sur les défenseurs des droits de l'homme. Un comité, c'est un groupe d'un certain nombre de commissaires qui travaillent en association avec les experts extérieurs sur une thématique encore bien déterminée. Ça peut être la torture, ça peut être la peine de mort, en tout cas sur les questions qui sont liées aux droits de l'homme. Ensuite, vous avez les groupes de travail. Ce ne sont que des appellations qui changent, mais en réalité, c'est des structures, des microstructures formées à la fois d'un groupe de commissaires 3, de quelques experts extérieurs. Quand ils se mettent ensemble, ils forment un groupe de travail pour le profit de la commission, c'est-à-dire ils analysent des choses et font des propositions à la plénière des 11 commissaires pour qu'ils puissent adopter et donner des orientations et des conseils aux États qui attendent justement de la commission ces conseils-là. En matière de protection des droits de l'homme, le plus grand problème que nous connaissons, c'est le fait que nos décisions ne sont pas mises en œuvre. Hein. Et ce n'est pas une maladie qui paralyse uniquement la Commission. La Cour africaine a également ce même problème et tous les autres organes d'ailleurs de l'Union africaine. Il faudrait la promotion des droits de l'homme, c'est-à-dire leur prêcher les droits de l'homme tous les jours pour qu'ils puissent adhérer à la religion des droits de l'homme.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Give me one cold, please.
Cold. Il est froid.
Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Tu bois de l'eau froide? Oui, même moi.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu adama ci Afrika.
Merci. Bonjour à tous. La Commission va reprendre ses travaux pour la 8e journée de ce vendredi 9 mai 2025.
This Friday, 9 May 2025, on behalf of the African Commission on Humans and People's Rights, we'd like to bid a warm welcome to all participants. We'd like to remind you that today is Friday, and according to our practices, deliberations will end at 1:30 in order to allow those who have to go for prayers the mosque to have time for that. What happened last week, we went beyond 1:30 and we were approached for that. So I have the responsibility to end the meeting regardless of where we find ourselves at 1:30. So we're going to start with item 3. We're going to continue with item 3, human situation in Africa. We'll allow the delegations of member states, NGOs, and national human rights commissions or institutions deliver their statement. We also have to write to response or replies. Since we only have 45 minutes to wrap it up, we're scheduled to have 1 hour. We have already done the 15 minutes for the federalist preparation, so we're going to be very strict with the floor to enable every other person to chime in. I'm going to start with the rights to the replies or answers. And I crave the indulgence of everyone, even if you give you 3 minutes. If you can take less time, that will help us a lot. So the Republic of Uganda, Honorable Kafuzi Jackson Kabaga, Deputy Attorney. Honorable Kafuzi, you have the floor, please, from Uganda. Honorable Kafuzi.
Uganda appreciates the work of the Commission in giving a platform to member states to share their experiences in different jurisdictions in the fields of human rights. An encounter which enables states to appreciate the complexities involved in their respective observance and protection of human rights, and to draw best practices from each other in this respect. Honorable Chair and members of the Commission, our response will address the urgent letter of appeal addressed to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, issues concerning our country which were raised during discussions. The Government of Uganda acknowledges receipt of a joint letter of urgent appeal that was written to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, regarding reports of alleged violations of the independence and security of legal professionals, particularly the purported arbitrary arrest, detention, and sentencing of Advocate Aaron Kiza. Honorable Chair and members of the Commission, the Government of Uganda wishes to respond to the above concerns as follows. Uganda is a constitutional democracy and a country governed by laws. Chapter 4 of our Constitution contains the Bill of Rights and provides for the protection and promotion of fundamental and other human rights and freedoms. Article 23 of the Constitution provides for the protection of persons' liberty and provides permissible circumstances under which the right to liberty can be interfered with, one of them being in execution of a sentence or order of court. The laws of Uganda guarantee access to justice for any person who alleges a violation of their human rights, including arbitrary deprivation of liberty, to apply to court for a writ of habeas corpus and approach other government institutions for redress. During the trial of Dr. Kiza Besigye in the General Court Martial, Advocate Aaron Kiza's conduct was deemed contemptuous, and as a result, he was convicted of the offense of contempt of court and given a custodial sentence. Aaron Kiza then applied for a writ of habeas corpus under High Court Miscellaneous Clause number 37 of 2025. On the 3rd of March 2025, the High Court heard and determined the application and held that the procedure adopted by the applicant to challenge the impugned conviction and sentence was incorrect and was an incorrect one, and therefore the court dismissed his application. He was later released from detention on bail pending determination of his appeal. Honorable Chair and members of the Commission, it is important to note that the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda recognizes contempt of court as an offense which the court-martial had every right to determine until the Supreme Court ordered otherwise. The sentence of contempt of court need not be overemphasized, as it ensures decorum and proper conduct of judicial proceedings with candor and respect of all parties involved, as well as judicial officers. The hearing of Advocate Aaron Kiza's application for habeas corpus before the civilian courts was in itself a display of the government's commitment to respect the Supreme Court decision on the trial of civilians before the General Court Martial. In the case of Attorney General versus Michael Kabaziguka, Constitutional Appeal number 2 of 2021, the court held that courts martial are not independent and impartial courts that can guarantee a right to a fair hearing envisaged under Article 28 of the Constitution. Mr. Aaron Kiza rightly exercised his right to a fair hearing before an independent and impartial court or tribunal. Article 28 of the Constitution guarantees this right, which includes the presumption of innocence, right to be informed promptly, right to police bond, right to apply for bail, right to be tried without undue delay, and access to legal representation. The right to a fair hearing is non-derogable under Article 44 of the Constitution. The government does not, therefore, condone the violation.
Monsieur le ministre, nous courons après le temps. Est-ce que vous, étant donné que nous aurons déjà ce texte-là, on a compris que le cas a été pris en charge par le gouvernement, s'il sera possible que vous concluiez afin de permettre aussi à d'autres délégations de prendre la parole. Parce que la déclaration, là, nous allons l'avoir. Nous allons l'avoir, bien évidemment. Si nous vous prions de conclure pour nous permettre de prendre aussi d'autres délégations.
So that to enable us to take other declarations, since time is of the essence, that statement will be submitted to us by the Secretariat, and we'll get into all the details. Thank you very much.
That the time is not enough. The Commission wrote to our President and sought for answers, and I'm seeking to give you those answers. But if you think we should stick to your 3 minutes, I have no choice. Going forward, next time I would like you as a Commission to understand that it doesn't make sense for someone to fly 3,000 miles, spend 3 days on a plane to come here and speak for 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, you have 2 more minutes to conclude your statement. I explained at the beginning that we have 1 hour for everybody. The list is quite long. I just wanted to humbly request you to skip spare us with some details and go to the gist of your statement, so that to enable us gain time. We are aware that everybody traveled and everybody deserves more time, but we also have working days that are limited to 8 hours. So we also have constraints. We'd like to apologize if that's how you feel, but please, you have 2 to 3 more minutes so that you can wrap up with your statement. You have the floor, sir.
Chair, for that reconsideration. I think on the matter of urgent concern, for which you wrote to the President, I have made sufficient comment. I will skip part of it. You receive it in written text. There were other issues that were raised during discussion. Honorable Chair and members, There have been other issues raised on the floor regarding A, the alleged violation of rights of journalists and student demonstrators, the alleged violation of rights of women with disabilities, and transnational repression. The government of Uganda strongly believes that safety of journalists is essential to preserve the fundamental right to freedom of expression. The government has put in place effective laws and measures to establish a safe and enabling environment for journalists to work without fear of violence. These include the Press and Journalists Act, Chapter 100, which establishes the Media Council that is mandated to regulate the conduct of journalists, arbitrate disputes between public and the media, and the state and the media. Additionally, Uganda has continued to hold accountable any public officer who violates rights of journalists in the practice of their profession. The government of Uganda requests the Commission to take interest and work together with member states to develop strategies to curb growing concerns on the misuse of social media. In relation to the issue of student demonstrators, the government of Uganda acted on intelligence reports to proactively prevent any situation of violence that may affect the safety of students and the peace and security of the country, which are target of terrorists and potential conflict. The government of Uganda has ensured the representation of women with disabilities at all levels of leadership, like Parliament and local councils. There is a special grant for persons with disabilities, the National Council for Persons with Disabilities, the National Persons with Disabilities Policy 2020, which creates awareness of the rights and legal guarantees for women and girls with disabilities in order to implement the Persons with Disabilities Act, Chapter 115. The Constitution of the Republic of Uganda is affirmative in favor of marginalized groups, including women and girls with disabilities. The government of Uganda has further exercised special treatment persons of persons with disabilities in the recruitment, procurement, and accessibility process. Therefore, protection of their rights as opposed to discrimination. Regarding the issue of international repression, the government of Uganda has established international cooperation with different countries, which include signing mutual legal assistance agreements and a framework of the treaty establishing the East African Community. These foster regional peace and security in handling cases across border. In conclusion, Chairperson and members of the Commission, while it was your concern that Advocate Aaron Kiza's arrest, detention, and conviction were considered arbitrary in nature, the government of Uganda maintains that the process was not arbitrary. His rights to a fair hearing, a fair trial with respect was respected, and although the application for the writ of habeas corpus was brought under a wrong procedure, he was subsequently granted bail. That notwithstanding, the government of Uganda has demonstrated to the Commission the country's commitment to uphold and protect the rights of its citizens enshrined in the Bill of Rights under Chapter 4 of the Constitution. Thank you.
The Commission would like to thank Honorable Kamusi for that reply and has taken note the request to submit this statement so that the various mechanisms can initiate actions in accordance with what is written in that statement, that speech. And the Ministry of Legal Affairs of the United Republic of Tanzania, the ministry is represented here by the legal counsel Ludugama. You also have the right to take the floor for your reply. Please endeavor to be brief, since time is of the essence.
I would like to address the specific issues raised, including alleged limitation of freedom of expression, targeting journalists, restriction on civil rights, such as arbitrary arrest and of opposition leaders.
Monsieur Zulu, les interprètes demandent que vous puissiez lire à une vitesse qui puisse leur permettre de vous interpréter dans les autres langues. Merci.
Thank you, Chairperson. The United Republic of Tanzania would like to address the specific concerns raised, including the alleged limitation on freedom of expression, targeting journalists, restriction on civil rights such as arbitrary arrest, reports of torture against people with albinism, unlawful of indigenous population, and the cross-border abduction of Maria Salongi. Honorable Chairperson, the United Republic of Tanzania remains committed to the protection and the protection of human rights as enshrined in its constitution and the human rights treaty we have ratified. In light of the increasing threats posed by cyber attacks and the evolving digital landscape, it has become evident that safeguarding individuals' personal data protection is imperative. This is necessarily enacted of the Data Protection Act. It is important to clarify that the establishment of this act was not intended to target journalists or tell their essential role in disseminating information to the public, but rather it seeks to strike balance between protecting individuals' privacy and upholding fundamental right of freedom of expression and access to information. Honorable Chairperson, with regard to civic space, the United Republic of Tanzania continues to uphold the rule of law with the principle that no individual is above the law. The people are free to organize, participate, communicate with each other, and freely express view and opinion, and without hindrance in accordance with the laid down procedures. In this context, the government has not engaged in suppression of opposition political leaders. Legal action is only taken when individuals, regardless of their political affiliation, are found. Every person is required to abide by the constitutions and the law of the land. The arrest of Tundu Lissu, the leader of Chadema opposition party, was not a result of political suppression, but rather it was a consequence of his personal action, which allegedly contravened the laws of the land. His case is currently before the court, where he is entitled to a fair hearing and he has the opportunity to defend himself and to be defended by the lawyers of his own choice. The court, being fair, impartial, and independent, will ensure that the rights are respected and protected throughout the proceeding. Meanwhile, it is worth noting that Chadema has not been denied the right to participate in election. However, the party has chosen not to sign the Electoral Code of Conduct, which mandated by Section 162 of the Presidential, Parliamentary, and the Consular's Election Act. This decision is a voluntary one and not as a result of any restriction imposed by the government. Honorable Chairperson, the United Republic of Tanzania under Article 13.6 unequivocally prohibits torture, inhuman or degrading punishment or treatment against its citizens. In that regard, no effort is spared in ensuring that individuals with albinism are afforded the same protection under the law accordingly. The laws of the United Republic of Tanzania are rigorously applied to criminalize those found guilty of committing acts of torture or violence against people with albinism. Honorable Chairperson, Tanzania ensures the enjoyment of rights and freedom as enshrined in Article 27 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights by working closely with NGOs, civil society organizations, and other human rights actors, including human rights defenders, by setting favorable and a conducive environment to promote good governance and human rights. In furtherance of such effort, it will be remembered on 13th May 2022, Her Excellency President Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, was a guest of honor on 10th anniversary of Tanzania Human Rights Defenders Coalition, THDRC. President Samia commended THDRC for the work that it has been doing in Tanzania in the areas of human rights and civic space, promising close collaboration with human rights defenders in furthering their cause in the country. Furthermore, President Samia said, I quote, "I, as a human being, totally support the entire concept of human rights. Let us work together in realizing this goal," end of quotation. Moreover, since 2021, the Office of Registrar of NGO has been coordinating annual NGO forums whereby all NGOs in Tanzania are gathered together for deliberation on pertinent issues in their sector. Honorable Chairperson, Tanzania condemns all forms of abduction, whether committed within its border or beyond. In furtherance to the reported incident involving Maria Sarungi in Nairobi, Kenya, the government of Tanzania wishes to clarify that it does not engage in any form of cross-border abduction. The incident in question was neither sanctioned nor executed by the security or intelligence agencies of the United Republic of Tanzania. The government reiterates its adherence to international law and its commitment to peaceful and unlawful conduct in international affairs. Honorable Chairperson, Tanzania does not align with the concept and the definition of indigenous people as propagated by African human and people's rights system. Tanzanians are collectivist. Their ethnic background originates from various places, regions of the country. Tanzania is unified and a democratic nation of more than 120 ethnic groups who identify themselves first and foremost as Tanzanians. They are united by culture, common heritage, values, and customs, as well as Kiswahili language as their unique identity and a symbol of national cohesion. Deliberate efforts were made by our father of nation, the late Mwalimu Nyerere, Julius Kambarage Nyerere, to ensure people are living in harmony without discrimination and are all respected as prescribed by the Constitution. Therefore, Tanzania do not have a specific category of indigenous people. It is therefore absurd for any ethnic group to identify itself as being more indigenous than the rest groups in Tanzania. As the Honorable Chairperson, the primary objective of the government is the welfare of people. And for that matter, 2 commissions were launched on 20th February 2025 by Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan. One which addresses the issues of Loliondo, and the second one addresses the issue of voluntary relocation programs of residents of Ngorongoro Conservation Area. The principle of participation has been applied as represented from the local community, including ordinary citizens and those in decision-making and the leadership roles constituted to each commission. The objective is being further to advise the government on the program. Honorable Chairperson, Tanzania remains fully committed to upholding its investment laws in alignment with protection and the promotion of human rights. In this regard, the government has not engaged in any forced eviction of companies or imposed the arbitrary sanction or use of child labor. It is important to reaffirm that Tanzania has consistently respected the rights of investors and has not acted in a manner that will diminish those rights. The country continues to offer a secure, conducive environment for both domestic and foreign investors in accordance with the rights and the protection guaranteed under the Constitution. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Merci beaucoup. Ceci met fin à la série.
So much. We have now got to the end of the right of reply. We thank Uganda, Tanzania, as well as the 2 countries exercising the right of reply, especially the Minister of Foreign Minister of Cameroon, transmitted by the delegation, as well as by Ethiopia, on the situation of NGOs in that country. Now I will give the floor, still the states, human rights situation in Africa. I will give the floor to His Excellency, Ambassador Domingos Mascarenhas, representing the Republic of Cabo Verde. Is Cabo Verde here present?
Thank you, Chair. I will try to keep the 5 minutes that was granted to me. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegation, commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol duly observed. We would like to make brief considerations around the following points. The first one, to reiterate to the Commission and to this Assembly the fact that the participation of Cape Verde in this session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights is under the decision of Cabo Verde government of having more active participation in all African Union organs. In the case of this commission and all the mechanisms created by specific instruments on human rights, our objective is that the follow-up and assessment of Cape Verde be a beneficial exercise that allows the country to showcase the gains on human rights and also to know best practice resulting from the experience shared by other member states to the African Charter and other instruments to improve our performance under this area. In this sense, Cape Verde is preparing the ratification of all relevant instruments that hasn't ratified. And I would like to mention the recent signature of the Convention on the Prevention and Fighting Corruption, whose ratification is following the legal process under the constitution of our country. I would like to indicate also that it's part of our main roles as permanent mission to accelerate the signature ratification of all instruments that were adopted by the conference, the Assembly of States, heads of states and government, and also the constitution that deals with the violence against women and girls. By doing so, we will also complying with the call by Solomon Derso 2 days before that we do agree, because this is a subject that is a concern to Cape Verde and also our society in general. Chair, I would like to take this opportunity to highlight the fact that the government of Cape Verde has created an interministerial secretariat with under the head of state responsible for the preparation of all national reports that should be submitted under the instruments that were ratified by Cape Verde on human rights. And we are also including initial reports and periodical reports. This commitment was restated during the sensitization mission that the commissioner for our country, Maria Teresa Manuela, did to Cape Verde, and we will contribute so that this commitment be fulfilled. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, since this is the first session of the commission that Cape Verde takes part, I would like to summarize the constitutional framework where human rights takes place in Cape Verde. I will do it in a brief manner, take into account that I should not be exhaustive in this opportunity I'm having now. So we have celebrated in September 2024 32 years of the Constitution that included multi-party and rule of law. And thanks to this fundamental law, we have periodical elections that is free and is supervised by a national election commission whose members are elected by 2/3 of MPs, which ensures impartiality and independence. The electoral conflicts are managed by this commission. If I could show how this system works, I would say that in the last local elections that took place December last year, we had a city council where the mayor was elected with a difference of 1 vote, only 1 vote, and whose validity was confirmed by the Constitutional Court when there was a case filed to it. I would like to add also that we had a presidential election that was decided by 13 votes that were validated by the Constitutional Court. So for me, this is the essential, in essence, which value we put to the Constitution. And this principle summarize the explanation or the reason why we have stability in our country. And it's this stability that allows to have an environment conducive to development, which is essential for economic, social, and cultural rights. In an island country without traditional national resources, it's easy to understand that we need to have good governance so that the population can have their rights respected, the right to food, housing, and health that are in the Constitution and other treaties at national, international, and regional level. And this year, where we commemorate our 50th year of independence, we are sure that it was worth it to follow this process, but we are focused on the challenges that we have ahead of us. And we want to ensure human dignity for all of our citizens. With this, I just wanted to ensure that we will be present in this commission and we will show our policies and we will share all the statistics. To conclude, I would like to react to a statement that was made yesterday by an NGO indicating hypothetically that there is a reduction of the civic space in Cape Verde. And I would like to conclude by challenging this NGO to share details about this issue with us, because it was a statement that we do not agree and we don't understand where the data came from to validate this statement. With this, Chair, I would like to end thanking you for the opportunity that was given to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Honorable Ambassador, for your statement. For the Ministry of Justice of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I would like to call Njuma Abdullahi, Assistant Director, to submit a statement on the human rights situation in Africa. Nigeria is not here. Let me now move on to the NHRIs of Burundi.
We are grateful for this opportunity. We apologize for coming slightly late for the session. So this is our country statement at this session. So we use the opportunity of this time to express our appreciation to the government and people of the Republic of Gambia for the warm reception accorded to our Nigerian delegation since we arrived in this city, and the excellent facilities provided for this session. We also wish to congratulate the chairperson, all the honorable commissioners and members of the Secretariat of the Commission on the successful convening of the 83rd ordinary session of the Commission. Nigeria reaffirms our commitment to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights and all other continental human rights mechanisms. We will in this regard continue to demonstrate unflinching commitment and cooperation to the Commission and its related bodies with the objective to enhance the promotion and protection of the rights of the citizens. Honorable Chairperson, my delegation wishes to use this opportunity to commend the Commission for the tremendous successes recorded in the promotion and protection of human rights of the people of Africa, despite doubting challenges, and to urge the Commission not to rest on its oars. We also wish to acknowledge the receipt of the letter of commendation by the Commission dated 25th April 2025, following the ruling of the Supreme Court of Nigeria, which unanimously affirmed that the Freedom of Information Act 2011, an act of the Parliament, applies to all tiers of government, including state and local government institutions. In its judgment, the Supreme Court noted that the federal FOI enacted to promote transparency, citizens' engagement, and accountability in public governance is bounding across the Federation. This landmark judgment marks a reversal of the majority decision by the Court of Appeal, Benin Division, which had held that the Federal Act only applies to federal ministries, departments, and agencies. We wish to commend Honorable Commissioner Solomon Deso, the Special Rapporteur for Nigeria, and the Commissioner responsible for freedom of information for the letter of commendation. My delegation, which viewed the letter of commendation as an indication of the level of vigilance by the Commission in the discharge of its mandate. The government has noted the suggestions and recommendations contained in the letter of commendation, and effort to be made to ensure that the ruling is implemented to the letter. We also wish to thank the Commission for recognizing the effort made by the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The President is firmly committed to the promotion and protection of human rights of the citizens. The government will continue to strengthen human rights institutions and prioritize the promotion and protection of human rights through legislations, policies, and programs. On the issue of security challenges facing our country, strategic effort has been made by the Nigerian government in addressing the persistent and multifaceted security challenges facing our nation. Government has confronted numerous security threats ranging from terrorism, banditry, kidnapping, header farmer crisis, and communal conflict with commendable successes. The Nigerian armed forces have remained at the forefront of the fight against insecurity and has launched several military operations with clear rules of engagement to curb these violent crimes. We acknowledge that challenges still remain. We assure the Commission of Nigerians' unwavering determination to meet these challenges in order to further improve the human rights situation in our country in a transparent, verifiable, and sustainable manner. Finally, Honorable Chair, I want to inform the Commission that Nigeria will soon submit her combined periodic report in line with the provisions of the Charter in due course. An interministerial committee charged with the responsibility to prepare the report is currently working on it and will soon complete the assignment. Honorable Chair, distinguished participants, we are grateful for this opportunity and I thank you for your attention.
Merci beaucoup. Nous prenons bonne note de la soumission prochaine du rapport du Nigeria, ce qui nous réjouit bien évidemment. Le Nigeria avait déjà déposé ce rapport il y a pas longtemps. Ça sera une preuve de régularité de la part de votre gouvernement que de soumettre encore un autre rapport. Merci beaucoup. Je passe au NHRIs. Il nous reste 5 minutes. CNDH Burundi. Sixtevini Muniraba.
Sixtevini Muniraba. Not here. No need to include him on the list. Orias Tepu, NHRI of Liberia. So kindly delete once and for all both names and give the chance to others. South African Human Rights Commission. Chris Nissen, he is not here either. Please delete that name from the list to enable others submit. Malawi Human Rights Commission.
I present the statement on behalf of the chairperson of the Malawi Human Rights Commission, Ms. Chikondi Chijozi. We thank you for giving us this opportunity to make this statement. The Malawi Human Rights Commission is a national human rights institution established under Chapter 9 of the Constitution of the Republic of Malawi. And Section 12 of the Human Rights Commission Act provides mandatory mandate of promoting and protecting as well as investigating the violations of human rights in its broadest sense. And Malawi Human Rights Commission has an additional mandate to enforce the Gender Equality Act as well as to oversee the implementation of Access to Information Act. The Malawi Human Rights Commission is pleased to share its report under the provision of this African Charter on the Human and People's Rights on the situation of human rights in Malawi. On the positive side, great strides have been made in protecting persons with disabilities, albinism, women, as well as refugees and asylum seekers, and people in the places of detention. For example, the Commission has led in the review of the Gender Equality Implementation and Monitoring Plan that was expired in 2020. It has also reviewed its strategic plan as well as anti-sexual harassment workplace policies for more than 30 institutions from last year. It has also been advocating for the abolishment of the death penalty in line with the International Covenant on the Civil and Political Rights, monitored the places of detention, economic and socio-cultural rights issues, as well as investigating the killing of older persons, persons with albinism, gender-based violence, as well as deceased estate and child-related issues such as defilement and forced marriages. However, Honorable Chair, the following remain key human rights issues that are hindering the enjoyment of human rights by many in Malawi. Malawi prison service remain congested and poorly funding, resulting in living conditions that amount to human rights abuse and torture. Access to justice remains a big problem for the majority of the rural population in Malawi, especially women. Human trafficking, especially women and children, in promising them good jobs in South Africa, Oman, and other Arab countries. the high cost of living and unregulated market prices, which has negatively impacted on other development programs. Shortage of essential drugs in the public health facilities, including ARTs and theater drugs for women who are going for cesarean section. Malawi is also using an archaic law of 1949 to process adoption. So this law does not adequately respond to the emerging issues in the adoption in the country, and it does not incorporate the principles of the best interest of the child in matters of adoption. The gender-based violence and property grabbing, where women are also mostly the victims. Honorable Chair, the Malawi Human Rights Commission therefore recommends that the government should fully implement the newly passed Prison Act to positively impact on the rights of the prisoners. The judiciary to expedite the hearing of the cases and resolving the backlog cases, especially in the rural areas. Minister of Labor to have a proper and clear procedure in regulating private agencies in the employment sector. Ensure procurement of medical equipment and adequate stocking of essential drugs at the central medical stores. To regulate the market prices and put cushioning measures. Reviewing the adoption law as well as Malawi Police Service and other stakeholders to continue investigating the issues of gender-based violence and provide a survivor-centered approach in the service delivery. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Nous mettons ici un point.
Now we've come to the put a final stop on item 3 for today. We still have NGOs. It's a list of 17 NGOs who cannot feature today. What I'd like to do is, Madam Executive Secretary, you're going to send them an email, each of them, because you have their address, and ask them to prepare for tomorrow. If we can schedule them tomorrow so that these 17 NGOs can make their statement or present their statement. Thank you to all the delegations that have made responses and those who contributed statements on human rights in Africa. We will now move on to another item. The review of state reports as provided for in the program between 10 and 10:15. We're going to have a paper on the status of submission of state party reports. We always present this paper at the beginning of this exercise of the submission of state reports. Before we analyze the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, the Commission will present a first paper where it makes a status of the submission of the states. You're going to update this report, this paper, since Nigeria has said that they're going to submit their reports as well. So you have to take this into account on the paper. I was trying to do. I forgot that it's Commissioner Atem that usually does this. Commissioner Atem, you have the floor. Say who? Thank you for the floor. I'd like to greet all my fellow commissioners, the ministers, ambassadors, and state representatives, NGOs and NHRIs. As it is the custom, you know that the African Community on the Human and People's Rights supervises 5 legal instruments. We used to have 1, which was a charter, but now Article 62 that will supervise enables us to supervise the protocol on the rights of women in Africa, on Article 26, the protocol on the right of people with disabilities, Article 34, protocol to the Charter of Elderly Persons, Article 61, and people with disabilities, rather displaced persons, Article 1964. Now, the new development since the presentation of the latest report, that is one that you presented during the 81st session, we noted the entry into force of the African Charter on the rights to the elderly persons, 7 November 2024. I'd like to congratulate my dear sister, Honorable Commissioner Marie-Louise Abomo. Thereafter, the Commission reviewed or considered the following periodic reports: that of the Republic of Angola and that of Burkina Faso. The Commission adopted the final observations of these two reports during its 82nd ordinary session. That was a private session held last February. The Commission prepared the periodic reports that we're going to consider during this session. There's a 7th and 10th periodic report of Ethiopia and the 16th on Zimbabwe. The Commission received the combined 10th to 18th periodic report of the Republic of Tunisia on the implementation of the African Charter on Human People's Rights, and the initial report on the Maputo Protocol. To be up to date, as the Honorable Chair said, it is the announcement made by the brother of Nigeria will be submitted incessantly. In March, in the emergency of the 81st Ordinary, the Commission organized 3 panels on state reporting. During the State Parties Pre-Session Forum on 16 October 2024, the NHRI's Pre-Session Forum on 13 October 2024, and within the NGO Pre-Session Forum on the 13 October 2024. Advocacy for the submission of periodic state reports was also one of the issues raised during the Commission's recent promotion missions to Seychelles and Burundi in March 2025. The Commission drafted and reviewed guiding principles on state reporting under Articles 10 and 11 of the African Charter. The document will be adopted, finalized, and published soon. Finally, during this 83rd ordinary session, the Commission received periodic reports from Botswana and Egypt, which will be prepared for consideration at the 85th ordinary session, October-November 2025. Now on to the current priorities of the Commission with regard to periodic reporting. In the short term, the Commission will focus on strengthening the commitment of state parties to comply with their reporting obligations, ensuring greater compliance with the guidelines set out in the Commission's rules of procedure regarding the consideration of periodic reports and the adoption and transmission of concluding observations to the state parties concerned, maintaining collaboration with national human rights institutions and civil society organizations in gathering first-hand information as part of the process of reviewing state periodic reports, participate in the current discussion on harmonizing state reporting within the shared values of the African Union organs, finalize the adoption of guidelines on reporting on articles of the Charter and work towards streamlining the existing guidelines, communicate on the entry into force of the protocols to the African Charter on the rights of persons with disabilities and the rights of other persons, as well as the need to include in periodic reports parts D and E on the implementation of their provisions. Now on to the fourth part, which is the most informative, I would say, and I'd like to thank Mr. Mohamed Jalen for including this this table in color, highlighting it. I really love it. I pray God to always to put you in the green table. Today we have 7 countries: Angola, Burkina Faso, Eritrea, Mozambique, Senegal, Uganda, and Zambia. We have 6 countries that are being reviewed: Botswana, Egypt, Ethiopia, Mauritius, Tunisia, and Zimbabwe. Then we have 11 countries that have only 1 report overdue. is getting to yellow. There are 4 countries, and then one country that has 3 reports overdue, and then we have a host of 19 countries that are playing for relegation. They have more than 3 reports overdue, and finally, unfortunately, we have 6 countries that to date haven't presented any report at all. You can look at the table. So we also have on this diagram that represents the percentages. You see that the green color accounts for about a quarter of our diagram, and yellow, dark yellow, and another quarter. So we can do better in any case. So and you also find on the report the percentages of what I have just read. Now, in the feedback, you have the status of submission of periodic reports under other instruments as of May 2025. As regards the Maputo Protocol, 45 states parties to the African Charter, that's 83.33% ratified the Maputo Protocol. The state parties are required to submit periodic reports with the recent submission of its periodic report by the Republic of Tunisia. 22 of the 45 state parties concerned have already submitted periodic reports covering the Charter and the Protocol. As regards the Kampala Convention, 33 state parties to the African Charter, that is 61.1%, have also ratified the Kampala Convention for the protection of internally displaced persons in Africa. In addition to the Republic of Cameroon, the Republic of Angola, and Burkina Faso are the second and third state parties to submit a periodic report on the implementation of the 3 instruments, including the Kampala Convention, the Protocol to the African Charter on the Rights of Persons with Disability. 17 state parties to the African Charter ratified the Protocol to the African Charter. Until today, no state party to the African Charter has reported on the implementation of the protocol's provisions. The Protocol to the African Charter on the Rights of Other Persons. 16 state parties to the African Charter have ratified the protocol, and no state party to the African Charter has reported on the implementation of the protocol's provisions. It should be noted that regarding the last 2 protocols, they recently entered into force, and it's thanks to the effort made by Honorable Commissioner Abomo. So the reports will come later on. Now, finally, to the conclusions and recommendations, the ACHPR considers it of paramount importance to encourage state parties to commit to submitting periodic parties. Today, 3 state parties to the Charter, the Maputo Protocol and the Kampala Convention, namely Angola, Burkina Faso, and Cameroon, have fulfilled their obligation to submit reports on the 3 instruments. The Commission encourages the Commission would like to reiterate the importance of the guidelines for state reporting, which are available to state parties. They are available on its website. The Commission is still concerned that the proportion of states with more than 3 overdue periodic reports remains quite high. The Commission needs also to promote state reporting under the 2 protocols to the Charter, which entered into force recently. Lastly, the Commission will continue its efforts to adhere more strictly to the provisions of the rules of procedure relating to the adoption and transmission of concluding observations, Rule 82, Rules of Procedure 2020. So in our next, I'm trying to refer you to this table that has been well done and captures the states and the ratification and so forth. So it is a summary of everything that I said earlier on the status of the presentation of the report. So I thought I was really brief, and I'm going to give you the floor because my brother from Ethiopia is waiting. Thank you very much, Commissioner Atem. It is one of the best reports, very clear, precise, and concise. That and a report that has improved in quality. I'd like to congratulate you and Dr. Mohamed Ben Abdoun, who updates us every day. Small update. South Sudan requested yesterday some technical assistance. Mohammed, take note. I already said this to Commissioner Deso. Technical assistance for the drafting of the periodic report. You have to see with the government what their request is. Maybe they'll require a training session of experts from South Sudan who work in drafting this report. Mohammed, you receive you see or contact the South Sudan delegation. Now we're going to, it is 10:15, and we're going to consider the report of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Ethiopia is the land of origins, as they say themselves, has given us the honor to come and present this combined periodic report from the 17th to the 18th report, and covering a period of about 10 years, 2015 to 2023. They're presenting it in 2025 on the implementation of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. On behalf of the Commission, it is a pleasure and honor for us to welcome the Ethiopian delegation following the note verbal that we received from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which is made up of His Excellency Belayun Igatifle, who is the Minister of State, Minister of Justice of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, and who's the head of delegation. Your Excellency, you are very welcome. He's at the helm of a very important delegation made up of other ministers, the Minister of State, Minister of Women and Social Affairs, and who is a part of the delegation. I was informed that she's already here in Banjul. She arrived this morning, but she could not make it to the hall this morning, but would like to welcome her all the same. There are other members. You have the Director Taiba Hassan Kayo. You have the Director Yesu Jemal Seide. You also have Mrs. Debla Ayao Ademayo, who has already taken part in our deliberations from the beginning of this session, and also like to bid her welcome. We have Awel Sultan Mohammed, who's the director, Mr. Hawana, the director, Mr. Nurin Endris, director as well, Mr. Zekaria Desalien Delbou, who's the head of the bureau responsible for women's rights and social affairs. The others are absent. I skip. There is Mr. Asen Shemseddin, who works in the ministry and who's working in the legal service and responsible of refugees and returnees. It's a service, an office. I'd like to welcome him, Mr. Ginet Abeble Daniel, who is a senior expert in the Ministry of Women and Social Affairs, who is a member of the delegation. And on behalf of the commissioners, would like to bid you a warm welcome to this 83rd ordinary session, during which you are going to present your report. Having said this, I would like to first of all give the floor to the country reporter, Honorable Commissioner Mwandenga, who's following the deliberations online, just over for a small welcome address, after which I will turn to the delegation.
for us as the Commission to receive the esteemed delegation from the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, whose sole purpose is to come and present to us a periodic report. For us, what we are going to do is they are going to be, after we listen to the report, we are going to ask questions on some specific issues. So above all, I should simply say that the delegation is the most welcome, and we look forward to listening to this very important document. Chair, those will be my welcoming remarks to the esteemed delegation from Ethiopia. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Commissioner Madford Mwandenga, for your welcome remarks to the delegation of Ethiopia. Now it's my pleasure to call His Excellency Belayiwo Niyega Kifle, State Minister, Minister of Justice of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, to take the floor. Excellency, for this first part of your presentation, according to our rules of procedure, the African Commission of Human and People's Rights will give to you a provision of 1 hour. It will be very helpful to us if 1 hour you return to us the floor so that we can continue now with the interaction with the government. I give you the floor, Excellency. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Remy Lumbu, Chairperson of the Africa Commission on Human and People's Rights, Honorable Commissioners, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. It is such a great honor and privilege for me to present to this esteemed Commission the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia 7th to 10th or 2050-2023 periodic country report on the implementation of the Africa Charter on Human and People's Rights, or Banjul Charter, and initial report on the implementation of the Protocol on the Rights of Women, or Maputo Protocol. We are here to brief you on the progress we have made thus far, the challenges we faced, and the measures we take to overcome these challenges in promotion and protection of human rights and rights of women in Ethiopia. I am pleased to note that for this purpose, I am joined by Her Excellency Ms. Tayyiba Hassan, Director General of Refugees and Return Services, as well as an interministerial team of senior officials representing various pertinent ministries, including Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We are also expecting Her Excellency Hikma Khaireddin to join us for Monday question and answer session. In this first session, we will have three state presentations. The first will be presented by me, the second by Her Excellency Tayyiba Hassan, and the third one will be presented by Mr. Zacharias, representing Minister of Women and Social Affairs. Honorable Chair, Excellencies, to give you a bit of context regarding the background setting, the two-country report on the implementation of the Banjul Charter and the initial report on the implementation of Maputo Protocol were prepared by an interministerial team coordinated by Minister of Justice. All relevant government agencies at both federal and regional level were consulted and were able to provide their input in the preparation of the report. Consultative forums were held on the draft report with various government agencies, national human rights institutions, civil society organizations, the parliament, and the academia. At this point, we would like to express our gratitude to all involved for their commitment throughout the process and whose contribution was instrumental in putting together the final report. The two-party report described in a fairly detailed manner on the implementation of Banjul Charter and an initial report on the implementation of Maputo Protocol, the progress made during the reporting period, some updates after submission of report and response to the specific issues and recommendations. Honorable Chair, Excellencies, before I get into further detail, I would like to inform that the government of Ethiopia remains firmly committed to meeting its reporting obligation under all international and regional human rights instruments through its newly established implementation, monitoring and reporting and follow-up mechanism. We have been also working for the last couple of years with UN Office of High Commissioner for Human Rights to establish a national human rights data collection mechanism. We believe that such arrangements will greatly contribute to the follow-up and monitoring of human rights implementation at the national level and enhance our ability to meet reporting obligation to the various human rights bodies, including to this commission. Ethiopia had witnessed a major political transforming during the reporting period. After years of public discontent, protest and resistance against the previous government, a new leadership came into power in 2018, which initiated and embarked on a series of reform initiatives in a wide range of areas of great political, economic, and social implication to the country. The reform drive involved, among others, the liberalization of political space, the release of jailed opposition political parties, and the overhauling of legal and institutional frameworks to better guarantee the fulfillment, respect, and protection of human rights enshrined under the Constitution and international human rights agreements Ethiopia is a party to, including the Banjul Charter and Maputo Protocol. Ethiopia has undergone immense changes over the past few years. In spite of multifaceted challenges, our government has taken significant steps to transform the political, social, and economic landscape in tune with our commitment to human rights values and sustainable development goals. In this regard, I can state that we have made progress across many areas, particularly in our effort to promote and protect human rights. We have adopted several measures to ensure that the rights of individuals, including women, children, and minorities, are respected and protected. We have initiated and are implementing several programs to provide extensive awareness creation to the general public on human rights. Despite the enormity of the challenges, Ethiopia is now ready more than ever before to close the glimpse of chapters of past and forge a new beginning. As such, it undergone immense changes over the past few years. Our government has taken significant steps to transform our political, social, and economic system in line with our commitment to human rights and sustainable development goals. We firmly believe in the value of reconciliation, dialogue, good governance, and the empowerment of our citizens, including women and other marginalized groups in this endeavor. We understand it is important to remain vigilant and committed to the value and to never lose the sight of ultimate goal of creating a society that accommodates differences and respect human dignity. Honorable Chair, Excellencies, recognizing the great importance of vibrant, informed, active, and meaningfully engaging civil society, the government has taken drastic measures that did away with past restrictive legal regime and introduced laws that opened up the civic space testament to which is the dramatic increase in the number of civil societies organizations working on advocacy and human rights issues, which area were banned by the previous government. Sort of legislative reform were made to ensure independent democratic institutions such as Ethiopia Human Rights Commission and Ethiopia Institution of Ombudsman to enhance their independence and fulfill the very purpose for which they are established, which have since engaged in a number of areas that unambiguously demonstrated their independence. The government reestablished the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission with a greater financial independence and empowering it to conduct thorough and impartial investigation into human rights violations. This renewed mandate enabled the Commission to achieve a status in 2021 under the Paris Principle, and this is a testament to our compliance with international standards. The institution of Ombudsman is another independent national institution that was entrusted with the promotion and protection of the rights and freedom. It has been mandated to oversee the protection of the rights and freedom of citizens, especially from the abuse of the executive, to ensure good governance and rule of law, and to duly rectify or prevent unjust decision and order of executive organs and officials. The FDRA Constitution provides that courts of any level shall be free from any interference or influence of any governmental body, government official, or from any other source. The Constitution stipulates that judges shall exercise their function in full independence and shall be directed solely by the law. Within the reporting period, particularly in 2018 to 2020, a judicial affairs reform task was established with the mandate to identify and recommend measures that will enhance the independence and professionalism of courts. This committee has now accomplished its mandated purpose and has already been relieved of its tasks. Based on the committee's recommendation and as a result of other activities which were going on equally with it, the Federal Judicial Administration Proclamation and the Federal Courts Proclamation are now adopted by the House of People's Representatives. The Federal Courts Proclamation was issued replacing the long-serving Proclamation number 25/1993 as amended, which used to be the main source of authority pertaining to the mandate and functioning of federal courts. With the intention of assuring independence of the judiciary, the new law has dedicated an entire chapter on a budget and human resource management, according to which the federal courts submit their budget request and secure approval directly to and from the House of People's Representatives. The Federal Court Establishment Proclamation stipulates that violation to justiciable human rights specified under the Constitution can be entertained before the Federal High Court. Following the coming into force of this proclamation, the judiciary has constituted a special bench with the Federal High Court, which is named as Fundamental Rights Bench, with the mandate and entertaining cases of human rights violation. This opened the door for victims of torture and inhuman treatment to lodge a suit for compensation against institutions and individual perpetrators. Honorable Chair, Excellencies, despite the challenges mainly related to the conflict in the northern part of the country and the global COVID-19 pandemic, which affected the timing of anticipated 2020 general election, Ethiopia successfully held national election in 2021. To this end, amendment to national electoral laws that redefine the composition and responsibility of the National Election Board of Ethiopia were made and expanded opportunities for civil societies engaging through the then ongoing revision to media and CSO laws were also created. The National Election Board of Ethiopia legislation has amplified the capacity, impartiality, and independence of the board by involving various stakeholders in the nomination process of board members. Furthermore, it introduces the stringent standards for the removal of board members from the office, enhancing accountability and ensuring that the National Election Board of Ethiopia can operate free from undue political influence. The new Electoral Code of Conduct Acts mark as a progressive step in Ethiopia's electoral framework by lifting previous restrictive barriers on election observers and candidates within constituencies. The law has established clear grievance handling mechanism and strengthened due process rights by ensuring that political parties have an opportunity and the right to defend complaints against themselves before the board makes a final decision. It also encouraged broader political participation, through improved incentives and fosters inclusivity, particularly aimed at increasing the involvement of vulnerable groups such as women and persons with disability in the electoral process. This electoral law, for instance, takes into consideration female and persons with disability candidates as one of the criteria to determine the annual financial grant allotted to political parties. Furthermore, the new media law complements these measures by mandating broadcasters to grant extra free airtime for election campaign to political parties with persons with disability candidates, enhancing their visibility and engagement in the electoral process. The electoral law has introduced measures to ensure that IDPs are not excluded from participating in the democratic electoral process. In recognition of the unique challenges of IDPs face, the electoral law allows IDP to vote at special polling stations in areas where they are temporarily residing, thus safeguarding their right to vote despite their displacement near their temporary residence. In the 6 national election special polling stations were established in areas where the IDPs were temporarily residing to enable them to cast their votes without needing to return to their original constituencies. CSO's participation has been significantly enhanced as a result of the legal reform governing the regime. The law has provided a transparent and predictable registration process and removed the funding ceiling as well as restrictions previously imposed on working on the rights-based activities. Due to this, in 2021 national election, 119 domestic CSOs actively engaged to provide voters education and observed the electoral process. On June 23, 2024, elections were held in Afar, Benshangul Gumuz, Somali and Central Ethiopia regions, where the 6th general election had previously been postponed. Honorable Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the government's hold political reform were neither without limitation and challenges nor welcomed by all. Time and again, our reform enterprise has been challenged and put to the ultimate test. Regrettably, the 3 rounds of conflict in northern part and the violent communal and ethnic conflict in part of the country and armed violence in some localities have resulted in the displacement of considerable number of our citizens. Nevertheless, the government remained steadfastly focused on the reform agenda, avoiding distractions and confrontation, and has always endeavored to resolve the issues and disputes with a sense of responsibility by consistently adhering to the principle of peaceful settlement of political differences. The conflict in the northern part of Ethiopia ended with the Pretoria Agreement for the permanent cessation of hostilities. The African Union brokered peace agreement between FDR and Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia and TPLF. The cessation of hostility agreement or the Pretoria Agreement ended the conflict in November 3, 2022, and an interim regional administration was established for the Tigray region based on the agreement. To address past human rights violations and atrocities committed in the country, including during the conflict in Tigray, a locally owned and nationally driven transitional justice process has been fully launched. As a consequence, a transitional justice policy has been adopted in April 2024 after a series of consultation with different stakeholders and sections of the society, including CSO, academia, and others. Draft legislation establishing independent institutions necessary for the implementation of transitional justice, including an independent Truth and Reconciliation Commission, a special public prosecution office, a special judicial bench have already been finalized and are due for wide consultation before tabled for adoption. Similarly, a new draft legislation on fundamental crimes committed in violation of international law has been drafted. This is a comprehensive and detailed legislation that responds to the need of transitional justice. Existing laws have been found inadequate, and this is a timely response to these gaps. Moreover, as part of this ongoing effort, Ethiopia has launched a national dialogue initiative to engage in addressing historical challenges and differences as a nation and lay the foundation for peaceful, orderly, and vibrant country where its citizens live in peace and prosperity and fulfill their aspiration. To provide an institutional platform, the Ethiopian Dialogue Commission has been set up, which has already organized a series of consultation events and dialogues among peoples of all walks of life, including insurgent groups across the country. Currently, it is making efforts to facilitate forums to hear the views of different groups active in Amhara and Oromia regions. Honorable Chair, Excellencies, the government of Ethiopia is deeply committed to upholding human rights and ensuring accountability for any human rights violation. In this connection, significant strides have been made, including strengthening the judiciary's independence, enhancing Ethiopian Human Rights Commission, deploying investigation officers and prosecutors promptly to sites of allegations, atrocities, and facilitating access for the Office of United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights to conduct joint and independent investigations with Ethiopian Human Rights Commission. To address human rights violations committed in the northern conflict, the government established an interministerial task force. This task force, through its investigation and prosecution committee, has rigorously collected and preserved voluminous evidence from the Tigray, Amhara, and Afar regions, including witness testimony, written documents, and videos and photographic records. In keeping with the Charter's provision on the rights of individuals to submit complaints for alleged violation of human rights, the Ministry of Justice Regional Office of Attorney General and Justice Pro, the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission, and the police are empowered to receive complaints of violation of the rights under the Charter. The Federal Prison Commission proclamation expressly prohibits torture, cruel and inhuman treatment or punishment. It was drafted in compliance with the principles and standards embodied in international human rights instruments with regard to conditions of detention and prisoners' rights. The Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia Constitution recognizes the rights of accused persons to be represented by legal counsel appointed at the expense of the state in case where the accused doesn't have sufficient means to hire lawyer and miscarriage of justice would result should they not have represented. Ethiopia has adopted a comprehensive free legal aid strategy in 2024 after a series of consultations with government institutions, civil society, and all the major stakeholders, taking into account best practice and experience of other countries and within the specific context of Ethiopia's particular situation. Currently, Ministry of Justice is working tirelessly to implement the National Legal Aid Strategy in the drive to extend free legal aid to as many in need as possible. One of the key undertakings and engagement that preoccupy it in this regard is drafting a comprehensive legislation, manual, and guideline to implement the strategy in line with the latter. The Public Defender's Office of Federal as well as parallel regional office provided free legal aid representation to indigent persons accused of criminal offenses. Civil society organizations and legal clinics attached to universities across the country also provide legal aid service to indigents. Coordinated by Ministry of Justice, pro bono legal representation is also being provided by private legal practitioners to indigent persons unable to pay legal and associated costs in court proceedings. The mass media proclamation has been adopted with key features that reinforce the right to freedom of expression, including the establishment of an independent media authority directly accountable to the House of People's Representative, decriminalizing of defamation and responding to the need of the time, including technological advances. Despite the series of progressive measures taken by the government, hate speech and dangerous acts of disinformation have increasingly become a series of concern, especially after the introduction of the reform measures that guaranteed freedom of expression, resulting in inter-ethnic clashes, massive displacement, and at times the killing of innocent civilians. Thus, to ensure accountability for hate speech and disinformation, a legislation was introduced as Proclamation number 1185/2020 to make clear that exercising freedom of expression does not mean infringing of the rights of others and inciting violence, which infringement would be accountable and responsible for should they engage in such acts of hate and disinformation. In accordance with the Constitution, every person has the right to freedom of association for any cause or purpose, with the exception of organizations formed in violation of appropriate laws or to illegally subvert the Constitution order of which promote activities that are prohibited. In furtherance of the right, some of the laws introduced includes the Organization of Civil Society Proclamation, Political Parties Registration Proclamation, the Labor Proclamation, Cooperative Society Proclamation, Commercial Registration and Business Licensing Proclamation, and Microfinance Business Proclamation. In this context, a key part of the ongoing political reform has been the broadening of political space to allow complete freedom to all political parties, irrespective of their ideologies and persuasions. Accordingly, a number of formerly banned political parties, some of whom had been designated as a terrorist organization by the parliament, have had their terrorist designation removed and returned from exile to pursue peaceful political avenue. Self-determination is a constitutionally guaranteed right of the nation's nationalities and peoples of Ethiopia. In the various country report, the constitutional and in the previous country report, the constitutional and other legal provisions relevant to the subject were indicated. While this constitutional principle and government's unreserved endeavor towards the realization of self-determination still remain valid, a number of issues pertaining to the demand of self-governance have become the subject of increasing attention since the last report. These cases ranges from demand to form one's own local government and a shift in administrative demarcation to claim of recognition as one of the regional states constituting federal government. Since the last report, the House of Federation has received a number of submissions on the request for self-determination. In November 2018, the Regional Council of South Nation Nationalities and Peoples Regional State accepted the request of Sidama people, which then exercised zonal self-governance for statehood and referred the case to the House of Federation. After the House discussed the matter, passed a resolution for the referendum, which resulted in the establishment of new regional state, Sidama Regional State.
Excellency, I apologize. The interpreters are asking to diminish a little bit the speed of the speech so that they can interpret you. We apologize.
Thank you, Chairperson. Actually, I'm finalizing my part and I will continue with the others. Thank you.
Merci. Merci beaucoup, Excellence.
Similar requests have been submitted and 2 more regional states have been established after that. Thank you, Chairperson. And now I invite Her Excellency, Ms. Tayyiba Hassan, to present the second part of our report.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and our head of delegation for giving me the floor. Honorable chairpersons, honorable commissioners, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. My intervention is mainly focused on rights of refugees, returnees, migrants, and internally displaced persons. Ethiopia is actively addressing the complex internal displacement, significantly amplified by conflicts and natural disasters. Demonstrating a robust commitment at the highest level, the nation ratified the African Union's Kampala Convention on February 50, 2020. This formal legal acceptance of its international obligations underscores a profound dedication to preventing displacement, ensuring the safety and the well-being of those affected, and enacting the Convention's comprehensive provisions. Recognizing the urgency and taking concrete steps to meet its commitments, the government of Ethiopia has implemented several key measures for IDPs directly aligned with the Kampala Convention. These encompass the creation and ongoing application of a comprehensive national policy and strategy on disaster risk management, structured to lessen disaster risks, thereby reducing the likelihood of displacement from natural hazards and boosting the country's capacity for effective response. The establishment of accountability mechanisms for actions leading to displacement showcases a pledge to deter forced displacement and ensure those responsible are held accountable, thus reinforcing individual rights. Moreover, the proactive involvement of the Ministry of Peace in drafting new legislation to furnish essential protection and entitlements for IDPs marks a vital stride towards domesticating the Kampala Convention and integrating its tenets into Ethiopian law, reflecting a continuous dedication to harmonizing national law with international standards. To effectively tackle the diverse needs of those displaced, Ethiopia has established both immediate and long-term institutional mechanisms. This includes a high-level national steering committee operating under the direct leadership of the Deputy Prime Minister, highlighting the government's commitment at the apex political level, ensuring cross-sectoral coordination and resource allocation. Ethiopia also actively collaborates with a range of national and international actors, including a dedicated early warning and response unit within the Ministry of Peace, offering a proactive means for identifying potential displacement risks and guaranteeing timely, effective interventions to minimize their impact. Grasping the intricate nature of this issue and the necessity for long-lasting solution, the government acknowledges that addressing IDP matters demands both immediate, short-term actions and well-conceived long-term plans, engaging diverse national and international stakeholders and confronting the fundamental causes of displacement to cultivate a stable and harmonious society. Adding to the complexity and necessitating a comprehensive strategy, Ethiopia is confronting significant IDP challenges stemming from climate-related hazards alongside conflict. Given the profound importance of this issue for the nation's stability and progress, addressing the need for IDP is a pivotal to attaining sustainable peace and development. To this end, Ethiopia is diligently working to enact new legislation to implement the Kampala Convention and has assigned the Ministry of Peace the crucial responsibility of coordination and follow-up, and has also drafted a new proclamation aimed at providing specific protection and entitlements to IDPs, acknowledging the vital role of collaborative endeavors with national and international partners. Underpinning the rights and protections afforded within Ethiopia is the definition of its citizenry, which is primarily determined by the cardinal principle of right of blood. Specifically, an individual becomes an Ethiopian national if either parent is regardless of the child's sex or other factors like race, social origin, color, language, religion, political opinion, property, birth, or other status. Additionally, foreign nationals married to Ethiopians may naturalize upon meeting specific legal prerequisites. These include a legally recognized marriage attaining legal majority and capacity under Ethiopian law, a minimum 2-year marriage duration, 1 year of Ethiopian residence before application, relinquishment of pure nationality, and taking the prescribed oath of allegiance. Furthermore, children adopted by Ethiopian nationals can acquire citizenship if under legal majority residing in Ethiopia, with the adoptive parent demonstrating release from previous nationality. In exceptional cases, foreign individuals who have significantly contributed to Ethiopia's interests may also be granted Ethiopian nationality. Honorable Chairperson, Excellencies, Ethiopia plays a vital role in offering international protection to those fleeing persecution, evidenced by its progressive refugee policies. Ethiopia law incorporates mechanisms to mitigate statelessness. An infant found abandoned in Ethiopia is presumed to have Ethiopian parents and granted Ethiopian nationality, unless foreign nationality is proven. Stateless individuals, similar to other foreign nationals, can acquire Ethiopian nationality through naturalization. A stateless person married to an Ethiopian national or stateless child adopted by an Ethiopian national may acquire nationality by law. Likewise, stateless individuals making significant contributions to Ethiopia may be granted nationality. Moreover, a stateless person outside their former habitual residence, unable or unwilling to return due to a well-founded fear of persecution, may be recognized as a refugee and receive identification. Key laws addressing statelessness in Ethiopia include the Constitution, Ethiopian Nationality Proclamation, Immigration and Citizenship Service Proclamation, and Refugee Proclamation 1110-2019. The government has established mechanisms for providing birth certificates at the lowest administrative structure and through Ethiopian consulates and embassies abroad. Ethiopia has adopted progressive policies for the international protection of refugees to foster inclusion, ensure freedom of movement and residence, facilitate access to education and livelihoods, and promote durable solutions, positioning Ethiopia as a significant contributor to the region's refugee response despite existing challenges. Currently, hosting a substantial refugee population in Africa, my country, Ethiopia, exceeding 1.1 million individuals, primarily from neighboring South Sudan, Somalia, Eritrea, and Sudan. Ethiopia demonstrates hospitality and a firm commitment to upholding the rights and the dignity of displaced populations. This commitment addresses a spectrum of needs from immediate emergency response to the pursuit of long-term solutions. However, a significant challenges persist, including limitations in funding and resources, protracted displacement situations, the increasing impacts of climate change and regional instability, all of which are compounded by global geopolitical dynamics that have led to a notable reduction in humanitarian support. Ethiopia extends most rights recognized by its charter to non-nationals residing within its territory on par with Ethiopian nationals, with specific exceptions concerning the right to vote and hold elected office, as well as to serve in the civil service and security forces. The 2090 Refugee Proclamation directly addresses concerns and recommendations regarding the legal framework governing the resettlement, employment, and access to nationality for refugees. Specifically, it provides refugees right to work, their potential pathway to nationality, and the conditions of their settlement, with a particular emphasis on their right to freedom of movement. The constitutionally guaranteed right to freedom of movement in Ethiopia is implemented through its civil, family, and criminal codes alongside specific refugee and immigration laws, aligning with the principles of the 2016 New York Declaration for Refugees and Migrants and the Comprehensive Refugee Response Framework, which saw significant engagement from Ethiopia, including the co-hosting of Leaders Summit and the making of 9 pledges. Ethiopia's refugee law is also designed to consider the unique vulnerabilities and specific needs of categories of asylum seekers and refugees, such as children and women. Despite its commitment to protecting refugees, Ethiopia also confronts the significant challenge of human trafficking and migrant smuggling, necessitating specific legal and institutional mechanisms to safeguard vulnerable individuals. To address these illegal activities, my country, Ethiopia, has established comprehensive strategic policy and legal frameworks. This dedication is evident in the adoption of the National Integrated Crime Prevention Strategy and the National Strategy to prevent and repress trafficking in persons and smuggling of persons. Furthermore, the government of Ethiopia has ratified several international instruments aimed at the protection of migrants and victims of trafficking, which hold the status of fundamental law within the country as stipulated by the Constitution. Honorable Chairpersons, Excellencies, Ethiopia has implemented various legal and institutional mechanisms to combat these crimes. Proclamation number 1178/2020 explicitly prohibits slavery and servitude, encompassing trafficking in persons, while the Overseas Employment Proclamation number 1246/2021 aims to promote safe migration for Ethiopian workers abroad, thereby mitigating their vulnerability to trafficking. To further support victims, the National Free Legal Aid Service Strategy adopted in 2023 ensures the provision of comprehensive legal assistance. A national council led by the Deputy Prime Minister coordinates national anti-trafficking efforts with similar collaborative partnerships established across regional states. Recognizing that women are frequently the primary victims of these offenses, the law on the prevention and suppression of trafficking in persons and smuggling of migrants includes clear provisions and imposes severe penalties on perpetrators. Moreover, Directive number 969/2023 has established an interministerial task force spearheaded by the Minister of Labor and Skills to provide migrant returnees with crucial psychosocial support, reintegration assistance, and employment opportunities. Through collaborative efforts with international partners, Ethiopia has also extended substantial support to hundreds of thousands of migrant returnees, including the provision of shelter, health services, psychosocial support, and comprehensive reintegration assistance. To proactively combat human trafficking and irregular migration, Ethiopia has undertaken several key initiatives. These include the development of a national communication strategy aimed at raising awareness, the creation of a community discussion manual to facilitate dialogue, the broadcasting of educational content through the Ministry of Education to reach a wide audience, and the translation of key migration-related terms into local languages to ensure effective communication. Furthermore, a comprehensive training manual on human trafficking and the smuggling of persons has been developed, and based on this resource, targeted training has been provided to security personnel, law enforcement and judicial officers, service providers, media professionals, and representatives from both government and civil society organizations. Ethiopia has also undertaken significant reform to its migration governance system through the implementation of new legislative instruments, the establishment of updated regulatory frameworks, and the creation of key institutional mechanisms. These include the National Migration Council, the National Partnership Coalition on Migration, and National Referral Mechanism directives, which collectively provide operational guidelines for institutional mandates, enhance interagency coordination, and streamline referral mechanisms for vulnerable migrants. To further regulate the employment of domestic workers and enhance the overall protection of migrants, the government of Ethiopia continues to engage in the signing of bilateral labor agreements with destination countries such as Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Jordan, Qatar, as well as regional labor mobility agreements with neighboring countries like Kenya and Djibouti. In conclusion, while Ethiopia's whole-of-government approach represents a positive and significant step forward in addressing these complex issues, sustained capacity-building initiatives and robust enforcement mechanisms remain essential to effectively safeguard the rights of migrants and ensure the establishment of safe and regular migration pathways. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I invite Zacharias to present our third part of state report focusing on Maputo Protocol. Zacharias, please.
Thank you so much. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is a profound honor for the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia to present this statement before the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. My statement outlines Ethiopia's continued commitment to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the rights of women, provides a consolidated update on key developments in the promotion and protection of women's rights, with particular emphasis on gender equality, labor rights, the right to health and education. Anchored in our Constitution and aligned with regional and international human rights instruments, these efforts reflect our resolve to ensure inclusive governance, social justice, and dignity for all Ethiopians, especially women, children, and marginalized populations. The Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia reaffirms its unwavering commitment to uphold and promoting the fundamental rights enshrined in Maputo Protocol, particularly in the areas of gender equality, labor rights, and the right to health. These rights are embedded in the Constitution of Ethiopia, supported by a broad legal and institutional framework designed to deliver inclusive development and social justice. Ethiopia recognizes women's rights not only as legal obligation, but as strategic imperative for national development. Articles 25 and 35 of the Constitution guarantee non-discrimination and equal rights for women across all spheres. This constitutional provisions form the bedrock for a range of legal institutions that address civil, political, economic, and social rights. Significant legal reforms were implemented during the reporting period to translate these guarantees into practice. The revision of Federal Family Code upholds equal rights in marriage and divorce, while the Criminal Code criminalizes harmful transitional practices, including female genital mutilation, early marriage, and abduction. These legal protections are complemented by strengthened law enforcement and awareness campaigns. Electoral reform under Proclamation number 1116, 2019 prioritizes gender inclusion. It mandates political parties to adopt gender-sensitive policies and provide financial incentives to enhance women's participation in political leadership. As a result, Ethiopia has seen a rise in women's parliamentary representation reaching 42%, though cabinet representation declined from 50% to 30.4%, highlighting ongoing challenges and opportunities. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners, Excellencies. The Ethiopian labor sector has undergone transformative changes. The Labor Proclamation number 1156, 2019 introduced a tripartite wage board and improved workplace safety. This proclamation also establishes protections against workplace sexual harassment and discrimination, mandates maternity and paternity leave, and promotes affirmative action. These actions are mirrored in the Civil Servants Proclamation number 1153, 2025, with further guarantee for pregnant employees and marginalized groups. The minimum employment age was raised from 14 to 15, demonstrating strengthened safeguards for use and compliance with international labor standards. This legislation further enhances employment for women, particularly in the private sector. Ethiopia's constitutional and legislative commitments are reinforced by institutional arrangements. The Ministry of Women and Social Affairs leads national efforts supported by its downward structures to Warda level and gender units across all sectors from federal to grassroots levels. Parliamentary oversight mechanisms, including the Women's Caucus, further ensures accountability and visibility of gender-focused policies. Legal jurisprudence has also evolved to support gender equality. Supreme Court ruling affirming equal division of marital property and expanded maternity rights under the 2018 Civil Servants Proclamation signals a progressive interpretation of the law in favor of the women's rights. Similarly, land registration reform have empowered women economically, with 30% of registered plots now held solely by women. Honorable Chairperson, Ethiopia's ratification of the Maputo Protocol in 2018 marked a milestone in aligning domestic law with regional standards. The ongoing revision of the 1993 National Policy on Ethiopian Women aims to address emerging socio-economic realities and align national policy with both the Maputo Protocol and Sustainable Development Goal 5 on gender equality. Family protection remains a central goal of Ethiopian government policy. Article 34, Sub-Article 3 of the Constitution recognizes the family as a foundational institution, and Proclamation number 1263, 2021 mandates Ministry of Women and Social Affairs to design strategies that promote family well-being. A dedicated department within Ministry of Women and Social Affairs was established in 2022 to operationalize these responsibilities. The protection of children is embedded in both national and international commitments. The National Child Policy and Ethiopia's ratification of Child Rights Convention anchor a robust legal framework bolstered by constitutional mandates for resource allocation for children, the elderly, and persons with disabilities. The government of Ethiopia has implemented comprehensive policies, strategies, and programs to address gender-based violence and provide rehabilitation services for GBV survivors. The strategic plan for an integrated response to violence against women and children of 2010 introduced one-stop centers offering coordinated psychosocial, legal, and medical supports. These centers exemplify Ethiopia's holistic approach to survivor care. The National Strategy on Harmful Traditional Practice in 2013 and the National Criminal Justice Policy 2011 reinforced reproductive rights by addressing systemic violations such as female genital mutilation and child marriage. These strategies are linked to civil registration system, which have improved birth and marriage registration through Proclamation Number 760, 2012, increasing legal and health service access. Awareness campaign and law enforcement against harmful traditional practices have intensified, including the prosecution of perpetrators. These measures, supported by Proclamation Number 1263, 2021, are targeted at empowering women, children, and elderly. Honorable Chairperson, health priorities are mainstreamed into Ethiopia's national human rights action plans. Women's health has been a cross-cutting theme in the first two plans and remains central to the third plan currently under review. These efforts highlighted the link between the health equity and human dignity. Health outcomes have been improved progressively. Maternal, infant, and child mortality rates have been declined due to expanded access to skilled maternal care and postnatal services. These gains are grounded in constitutional commitments under Articles 41 and 90, which obligate the state to ensure access to essential services, including health and clean water. Aspiring to attain universal health coverage by 2030, the government of Ethiopia is implementing the 5-year health sector transformation plan to ensure achievements of 3 components of universal health coverage, which are essential service availability, quality of health services, and financial risk protection. The health sector transformative plan's multi-pronged interventions include school-based health programs, maternal waiting homes, and fistula care services. To respond to the current national, continental, and global health and health-related issues appropriately, the 1993 health policy was revised in 2024, giving due focus on primary health care and quality of health services. The health extension program, the brand of Ethiopia, has continued delivering cost-effective basic services. In 2023, the number of health extension workers providing services in rural areas has reached more than 42,000. The right to nutrition is safeguarded under the 2018 Food and Nutrition Policy and the 2021 to 2030 National Strategy. Nutrition policies are sensitive, targeting women and girls for prioritized service delivery. Initiatives such as Sokota Declaration on to deliver high-impact, cost-effective, and sustainable nutrition-specific intervention in more than 300 districts to end stunting in children, emphasize lifelong nutrition, food security, and the needs of vulnerable groups such as pregnant and lactating women. To address systemic disparities, Ethiopia has adopted the National Health Equity Strategic Plan, which aims to improve service equity across regions through mobile health delivery, social determinants programming, and extensive national surveys supported by international development partners. Urban policy also reflects gender and disability inclusion. Addis Ababa's Directive number 3, 2090 reserves 20% of low-cost housing for women and 5% for persons with disabilities. These measures improve economic security of women and persons with disabilities in accessing to house. Honorable Chairperson, the government of Ethiopia has made notable progress in advancing inclusive and quality education through a series of targeted policies and legislative reforms. The new education and training policy emphasizes practical learning by requiring all students to dedicate at least 20% of their time to field-related education while introducing continuous professional development and licensing system for educators. Recognizing the link between student well-being and academic success, the government has implemented a national school feeding policy framework delivering meals to over 6 million students, which have high impact on female student performance and completion rate. The implementation of the national early childhood care and education policy has improved foundational learning outcomes, while the pastoralist education strategy addresses the unique challenge faced by learners in pastoralist region. Mr. Chairperson, Ethiopia's report highlights sustained efforts to fulfill its human rights obligations through progressive legislation, data-driven policy, inclusive institution. The intersectionality of gender, labor, and health rights is increasingly reflected in coordinated interventions and legal coherence. The government remains committed to addressing gaps and sustaining momentum. It values the African Commission's constructive engagement and welcomes further dialogue on how to strengthen its compliance with the African Charter and related instruments. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, Excellencies. Now we concluded our state report. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Excellency Minister, for the surgical precision with which you concluded the report. Exactly at 11:21, you handed over the floor to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. We would like to thank you. It's time to break for coffee or tea. We should have a quick break of about 30 minutes, after which we'll return to the hall for the interactive part with honorable commissioners. In the intervening time, I'd like to request the Dawda to kindly inform Commissioner Wandenga, with whom I started this, to be ready in 30 minutes. We'll be back in 30 minutes times. On this note, we can break for coffee, so I'd like to invite the participants to chill out a little bit for about 30 minutes. So in 30 minutes, I'll be right here for the continuation of the deliberations. Thank you.
Bom dia, boa tarde ou boa noite. Meu nome é Maria Teresa Manuela. Estou na comissão desde 2017 e sou responsável pelo mecanismo das prisões, das condições de detenção e da ação policial em África. Integro também o grupo de trabalho sobre a pena de morte. Integro o Comitê de Prevenção de Tortura em África e integro também o grupo de trabalho das comunicações. O que eu devo dizer acerca do meu mecanismo? O mecanismo das prisões, condições de detenção e ação policial em África foi um dos primeiros a ser introduzido na Comissão Africana e temos trabalhado intensamente sobre questões de polícia, portanto toda a ação policial, e também temos trabalhado intensamente sobre as prisões. Por quê? Porque das políticas africanas, tanto na Agenda 2063, como nas políticas da União, tanto da ONU, que é a Agenda 2030, pouco ou nada se diz acerca das prisões. Mas todos nós sabemos que são homens, mulheres e algumas crianças que se encontram nestes locais e precisam que os seus direitos humanos sejam protegidos, que seja respeitada a sua dignidade como pessoa humana. E sobre a polícia, precisamos de trabalhar no equilíbrio entre o respeito pelos direitos humanos e a manutenção da ordem e segurança públicas. Então, o meu mecanismo trabalha sobre estes dois aspectos cruciais na vida dos países que integram o continente africano. E apelamos a todos os que possam ajudar-nos a trabalhar para que as prisões sejam um local para correção e não para dupla punição, bem como trabalhar no sentido de que a nossa polícia possa efetivamente ser o garante do respeito pela dignidade das pessoas e o garante do respeito pela ordem e segurança públicas. Muito obrigada.
My name is Lakson Muradzikwa. I'm from Zimbabwe, in the southern region of Africa, and I'm from the office of the Attorney General in Zimbabwe. I'm attending the 83rd session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, where we are reviewing the decisions that were made, and we intend to implement some of the decisions. We hope that once we have done that, we go back home and implement the decisions that would have been done. Thank you very much.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
I'm Solomon Ayele Derso. I'm a member of the
D'abord, il y a au niveau de la Commission ce qu'on appelle les mécanismes spéciaux. Il s'agit d'une espèce de subdivision interne du travail avec des rapporteurs, avec des groupes de travail et avec des comités. C'est comme cela que la Commission africaine de l'homme et des peuples travaille. Alors, c'est sur une base thématique. Hein. Un rapporteur, il travaille seul, il peut travailler sur les réfugiés, sur les défenseurs des droits de l'homme. Un comité, c'est un groupe d'un certain nombre de commissaires qui travaillent en association avec les experts extérieurs sur une thématique encore bien déterminée. Ça peut être la torture, ça peut être la peine de mort, en tout cas sur les questions qui sont liées aux droits de l'homme. Ensuite, vous avez les groupes de travail. Ce ne sont que des appellations qui changent, mais en réalité, c'est des structures, des microstructures formées à la fois d'un groupe de commissaires 3, de quelques experts extérieurs. Quand ils se mettent ensemble, ils forment un groupe de travail pour le profit de la commission, c'est-à-dire ils analysent des choses et font des propositions à la plénière des 11 commissaires pour qu'ils puissent adopter et donner des orientations et des conseils aux États qui attendent justement de la commission ces conseils-là. En matière de protection des droits de l'homme, le plus grand problème que nous connaissons, c'est le fait que nos décisions ne sont pas mises en œuvre. Hein. Et ce n'est pas une maladie qui paralyse uniquement la Commission. La Cour africaine a également ce même problème et tous les autres organes d'ailleurs de l'Union africaine. Il faudrait la promotion des droits de l'homme, c'est-à-dire leur prêcher les droits de l'homme tous les jours pour qu'ils puissent adhérer à la religion des droits de l'homme.
Hello, my name is Abiola Idowojo, and I'm the Acting Executive Secretary to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Indeed, the just concluded ACHPR support to AU organs with human rights mandates recorded a lot of success, and on the part of the African Commission, ACHPR for short, there was a significant contribution to the development of normative instruments within the African human rights system. There was enhanced public awareness of the work that we do, increased visibility, and we were also able to have institutional capacity strengthening through the provision of technical assistance, technical experts who contributed to the core business of the work of the African Commission. On normative frameworks, as you know, one of the things that we do is to increasingly interpret the provisions of the African Charter and to develop knowledge products, knowledge tools that help member states to better implement the human rights obligations that they have under the African Charter. Two key knowledge products that emerged from this support would include the alert and reporting mechanism for torture victims and the guidelines for the protection of persons from enforced disappearances in Africa. These tools provide clear directives to state parties on implementing AU shared value treaties. On increased visibility and through numerous activities such as regional conferences and validation meetings, the ACHPR significantly raised its profile and enhanced citizens' access to its services. Notable events include the conference that we had on the impact of COVID-19 on HIV responses in Africa, and the development of a use of force training module for police and prison officers in Africa. And lastly, on capacity building, the ACHPR, through this support, recruited 6 staff members to strengthen its operational capacity and contribute to its core businesses. This included senior litigation officers, a senior monitoring and evaluation, accountability and learning officer for the first time in the history of the African Commission, and a finance officer that was also committed to overseeing the financial aspect of this support project. These were all core capacities that were contributed to the daily and ongoing businesses of the African Commission, enhancing its capacity to better protect and promote human and people's rights on the continent. We're grateful for the support. I thank you.
My name is Honorable Commissioner Janet Ramatulai Salanjai. I'm the Vice Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and I also handle the mandate of the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa. In addition to the mandate of the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa, I'm also the Country Rapporteur for Zimbabwe, Namibia, Somalia, Ghana, and Mauritania. With regard to my mandate as the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa, I'm responsible for monitoring the situation of women in the continent, and in particular to ensure the universal ratification of the Maputo Protocol on the Rights of Women in Africa, in terms of ensuring that all member states become members of the protocol, and most importantly, to ensure the effective implementation and domestication of the Maputo Protocol, so that it becomes the reality of the women of the continent, that the women of the continent can claim their rights using the Maputo Protocol. The ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights is very important, because this is the session that brings together the human rights community in the continent. All stakeholders are present, member states, national human rights institutions, the NGO community, all geared towards the promotion and the protection of the citizens of the continent. So this particular ordinary session is actually pivotal, because it is the 84th ordinary session, And it also mirrors the fact that the charter that actually established the commission was adopted in 1981. So this is very significant. And as we reflect on the work we're doing today, we actually have to remember the aspirations that the framers of the charter had in 1981.
One Africa, one voice. Your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
My name is Alan Gary. I'm the Africa Advocacy Director at Human Rights Watch. The 83rd Ordinary Session of the African Commission is an important session for us as an organization. Human Rights Watch has been documenting human rights abuses across the African continent for a number of years. And for this specific session, we were very privileged to have given some views on the Zimbabwe process. There's a review process on Zimbabwe going on, and we feel that it is important that the Commission has a perspective that comes from civil society on the situation in Zimbabwe. But we've raised other issues as well that includes indigenous people, and we're very delighted that the Commission has a working group that looks specifically at indigenous people in Africa. These are often forgotten people, and Human Rights Watch has been documenting the plight of the Chagosians in Mauritius, and this group has not actually yet received the status of an indigenous people recognized officially. And we are urging the Commission to really look into this situation, adopt a resolution, work with the people of Chagos to ensure that they can return to the islands that they come from, the origin that they come from. But of course, it's the situation of human rights as a whole in the continent that we remain concerned about. The mandate of this Commission is really important, and we hope that, together with the Commission, we'll be in a position to work towards calling for accountability and also reflections by states on their obligations to respect and promote human rights. Thank you.
My name is Bart Kokwa. I'm the political advisor to the CEO of the APRM Continental Secretariat. We are attending the African Commission on Human and People's Rights Special Mechanism. So we are participating as one of the AGA platform members, and we participated in a panel discussion on aligning official development assistance and investments on the promotion of socioeconomic rights. As you all know, the APRM promotes socioeconomic rights through reviews and assessments, most importantly through the thematic area of democratic and political governance and socio-economic development. So our presentation focused on our review reports on these two particular issues in a number of countries, in Kenya, Republic of South Africa, Uganda, and Egypt, and also how to align the socio-economic rights as stipulated in Article 22 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights in relation to official development assistance and investments on the continent. As you all know, African countries have serious challenges as far as implementation of this second generation rights. Thank you very much.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
My name is Sean Tate and I work for an organization called the African Policing Civilian Oversight Forum. We've been working with the African Commission for the 10 years that the Luanda guidelines have been in existence and assisted them in technical capacity to have them developed and adopted. The award today is in recognition of the efforts that not only we have been making, but others in ensuring that we adopt a rights-based approach to arrest, police custody and pretrial detention in Africa. With this award, we hope to inspire continued efforts in this environment. Thank you.
My name is Michael Janyakun, Deputy Executive Director of the Institute for Human Rights and Development in Africa, here in Banjul, the Gambia. Today I participated in a panel discussion on the implications of Article 59.1 with regards to confidentiality for the communications procedure of the Commission and how it impacts on litigants. I also, prior to that, delivered a statement on the human rights situation in Sudan in the context of the conflict that has displaced 9 million people, 7 million of them internally and about 2 million of them in neighboring countries. I think the session of the African Commission offers a space for reflection, for dialogue between civil society, individuals, the African Commission and other organs, and state parties on common African problems. It offers a platform for us to also dialogue about issues of procedure and processes that either impede our ability to access the mechanism and for us to collaboratively think about how we can better ensure that the processes of the Commission itself are inclusive and accessible, but also that the Commission is able to perform its mandate of guiding member states in implementation of their obligations under the African Charter and other human rights instruments for which the Commission is a supervisory organ. And I encourage every civil society organization that has the capacity to participate in the sessions of the Commission and for individuals and other stakeholders to take active part in these deliberations for the Africa we want. Thank you.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu Adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
Muito boa tarde, eu sou Emílio José Manuel, presidente da Plataforma Lusófona dos Direitos Humanos, participando aqui na 83ª Sessão Ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Tem sido uma oportunidade, especialmente para nós falarmos sobre a reforma e a restauração, que é a agenda da Comissão Africana neste ano. Temos que precisar olhar para os nossos países como estamos a questão da reforma, da reconciliação, das normas que permitem que a reconciliação seja efetiva e também a questão da reparação, a questão do acesso à justiça, a restrição do espaço cívico e a participação. Tem sido uma grande oportunidade para nós podermos analisar e apresentar uma fotografia e radiografia da situação dos direitos humanos nos nossos países. Nós abordamos aqui sobre o direito de associação, reunião e manifestação. Dias de participação e que no qual nós esperamos, de forma muito assertiva, poder contribuir para os espaços de diálogo entre a União Africana, a Comissão Africana e também as organizações da sociedade civil. Sabemos que a Comissão está em reforma, também podermos contribuir especialmente sobre o artigo 59, que tem a ver com a confidencialidade e a divulgação das queixas apresentadas pelas organizações. Muito obrigado.
Naitwa Zul Leonidas Gama, ni wakili wa serikali, natokea Wizara ya Katiba na Sheria, Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Niko hapa kwa ajili ya kuwakilisha hali ya haki za binadamu Tanzania, na kama tumefurahi maandalizi ni mazuri, lakini pia kikubwa zaidi tumefurahi kupata nafasi ya kutoa taarifa yetu ya hali ya haki za binadamu Tanzania, lakini kizuri zaidi pamoja na yote tumefurahi kwamba mwenyekiti wa commission ametupa positive remarks, amemsifia rais wetu kwa kuwa kama champion mkubwa wa nishati safi, kitu ambacho rais wetu mara zote amekuwa akifanya, lakini pia nchi yetu imepata positive remarks kwa mambo yote tunayofanya katika haki za binadamu, juhudi ambazo zimekuwa zikionyeshwa na rais wetu, lakini pamoja na mambo mengine yanayohusu haki za binadamu. Na bado tutakuwepo, tuko hapa, tutaendelea kufanya interventions mbalimbali katika maeneo ambayo wenzetu wamekuwa wakihitaji kupata ufafanuzi zaidi juu ya nchi yetu. Lakini maandalizi ni mazuri, Gambia is nice, na kila kitu kinaenda vema. Na kama nilivyosema awali, naitwa Zulu Leria, ni wakili wa serikali, na tumetuma nipo na mwenzangu, na tunaamini mambo yote yataenda kama ilivyoandaliwa. Chukua nafasi hii kuipongeza commission kwa maandalizi mazuri. Tupongeze pia commission kwa usimamizi mzuri wa shughuli nzima pamoja na protokali zote kama ambavyo zinaendelea. Asante sana.
I'm Solomon Ayele Derso. I'm a member of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. I chair the working group on extractive industries, environment and human rights violations in Africa in the Commission. This is one of the mechanisms of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, which is tasked with the responsibility of monitoring the human rights situation and environmental issues that arise in the extractive industries sector. As you all know, the extractive industry sectors historically, but also broadly speaking in Africa, has very substantial consequences on the lives, livelihoods, land, territories, as well as the environment of the African continent. While the extractive industry sector has enormous potential for contribution to the socioeconomic development and thereby the improvement of the living standard of people of the continent, more often than not, this potential of the extractive industry sector has not been felt in the lived experiences of most people on the continent. Contrary to this, the natural resources of the continent and the operation of the extractive industries has brought a great deal of suffering, a great deal of human rights violations, and also environmental degradations on many parts of the continent. In the context of the current rush for critical minerals and also what are called transition minerals, in the context of the green energy transition, there is another scramble for these rare minerals on the African continent. And in this context, our working group asked the question whether once again, as in the past, the continent is going to face the resource curse arising from this rush for critical minerals. So our work as the working group is to promote the respect for and observance of the human rights standards of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, particularly as they relate to the exploitation and extraction of natural resources that the continent is enormously endowed with. Under Article 21 of the African Charter, specific obligations have been laid out. Actually, so much so that this is one of, if not the longest provisions of the Charter, highlighting the importance that is attached to and the historical significance of the natural resource exploitation of the African continent for the exclusive benefit of the people of the continent. With respect to the state of human rights on the African continent and broadly what we can do and should do, I think it's important to note that in terms of normative development, having the right norms relating to human rights, in terms of institution building, having the various institutions for the monitoring and implementation of human rights standards, a lot of progress have been made, both through the normative development contribution of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and broadly by the African Union. Yet the gap between the promise of these various and progressive human rights norms and the lived realities of our people is ever increasingly expanding. We have to feel the urgency and we have to feel the gravity of what the vast majority of people on our continent is feeling. The higher the gulf between the promise of human rights and the lived realities of our people, the higher the challenge for appreciating the relevance of our work and the role of the Commission. We therefore need to work hard in order to harness the role and contribution of all sectors of society in order to narrow down this enormous gulf between the promise of our norms and the lived realities of the people on the continent. That is why it's extremely important for the Commission to work with other sectors of society beyond and above human rights institutions, human rights NGOs and civil society organizations. The role of the media needs to be harnessed and to be harnessed enormously. The role of policymakers, particularly in the economic sphere, needs to be harnessed. The role of policymakers in other areas, the digital space, also needs to be appreciated and harnessed and taken advantage of. We have to use civil society organizations, use women, and the enormous potential and entrepreneurial skills of
Zelalem,
I thank you very much.
Please allow us to continue. Thank you very much, Zelalem. La Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples remercie encore une fois de plus la délégation d'Éthiopie qui venait de présenter le rapport sous le leadership et la coordination du ministre d'État, ministre à la Justice, Son Excellence Belaïoun Virga Kifle. Après avoir présenté ce rapport clair, précis, concis, you don't have interpretation? There is no translation? Zelalem, can you ask to our colleague? Perhaps they are still taking coffee. Yes, let us take 5 minutes maximum. I apologize, I will restart in 5 minutes to allow the interpreters to join the box. Thank you, Excellency.
My name is Commissioner Dr. Lita Musimi-Ogana. My capacity is dual. I am the commissioner responsible for the rights of people living with HIV and AIDS in Africa, and also the commissioner in charge of the protection of rights of indigenous communities and minorities in Africa. This was an amazing forum. When we were conceiving the idea of having this joint forum, we thought of a space where, as a commission, we could have stakeholders every year come, join us to discuss some of the things and items that are not normally covered specifically in our mandates. We thought of issues that we may not be able otherwise to deal with during our normal work in the commission. And so it has been a huge success from the first day to the second day to the last day. Even now people are still in the room. Nobody has left, and we think that the topics have been very exciting. The views that have been shared are very innovative, and that we have been able to successfully bring together member states, civil society, national human rights commissions, and partners and stakeholders under one roof to discuss these key issues that we do not normally have time to reflect on every day. We want to say that next year you are welcome to our second forum, and we look forward to your participation, and we can assure you this is the forum. Thank you.
Today, as we draw the 81st Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to a close,
Merci.
we reflect
Je demande
on
à
a
Pedro,
remarkable journey that began on October 17
qui
and
fait
culminates
office de
today in
secrétaire
November.
exécutif de retourner à la place pour que nous puissions commencer. Merci beaucoup. Bon, comme je disais tout à l'heure, nous remercions la délégation de l'Éthiopie, conduite par son Excellence Belayoni Irga-Kifle, le ministre de la Justice, ministre d'État, ministre de la Justice de la République fédérale démocratique d'Éthiopie, pour la présentation d'un rapport qui a été très bien écrit et très bien présenté par lui-même et par les membres de sa délégation. On passe ainsi à la partie interactive, questions-réponses de la Commission africaine. Je voudrais faire une observation générale pour l'ensemble des membres de la Commission. Si vous regardez bien le rapport et si vous regardez la présentation, il y a beaucoup de nos questions, j'étais en train de comparer, beaucoup de nos questions qui ont déjà été rencontrées par la délégation. Beaucoup de questions que nous avions ont déjà été rencontrées par la délégation. Alors, dans la présentation, il sera peut-être nécessaire de ne pas revenir sur ces questions. Première observation. Deuxième, au cas où vous êtes souverain, il vous semblait important de poser quand même ces questions pour demande de précision. Nous inviterons les honorables commissaires à une concision, parce que le but également, ce n'est pas de leur donner l'ensemble des questions aujourd'hui. D'autres questions, ils pourraient y répondre par écrit. Focalisons-nous sur des questions pour lesquelles ils peuvent répondre sur le banc, pendant qu'ils sont encore à Banjul, ici. D'autres questions, ils pourraient apporter les réponses tout à fait calmement et les préparer en liaison avec leurs centrales respectives dans la capitale éthiopienne. Donc la précision, la concision, ne pas poser toutes les questions et puis...
And concise when we ask the questions, not ask all of the questions. Time is really against us. Remember, it's Friday, it's 12 o'clock already. So in 1 hour, 30 minutes, maximum, we should and wrap up with the day. whereas we have other items on the agenda, especially the report of the special rapporteur on refugees and asylum seekers and internally displaced persons. So I'm really craving the indulgence of commissioners to be precise and concise to enable our agenda to so that we can go through today's agenda. Thank you. So if I give each commissioner 10 minutes, that's already 110 minutes. So maybe 2 hours. So I would say a maximum of 10 minutes to each. If you can use less, good and fine. Commissioner Mandenga, can you hear us? He's online. Thank you, Honorable Chair, for giving the floor. As you said, my previous speaker, the questions were submitted to the Honorable Delegation for some months now. So I'm going to be very brief and on my questions. I'm interested in the aspect on torture, on the chair of the prevention of torture in Africa. We know that Ethiopia has ratified the Convention on the Torture in March 1994, and we have taken due note of what is being done by the Ethiopian government on training and protection against torture. However, I would like to ask the following question concerning paragraph 59 of the report. The draft text on torture, is it underway or where are we? Has it been published? So what's the status? Next, the torture offense, is it an object of amnesty when it's not qualified as a crime against humanity? The other questions will be on points on the prevention of torture and assistance to victims concerning prevention against torture. Ethiopia does he intend to support the protocol to the African Charter on the abolition of the death penalty? In accordance with the Cotonou Declaration, the Commission adopted the right to life in 2016. It's available on our website. The Commission would like to know if this instrument is known by the organs and the officials who implement the law in Ethiopia. Regarding extrajudicial killings or executions, the delegation is invited to provide positions on the death centers from the military courts on national armed forces who are suspected to have committed extrajudicial killings. That's paragraph 43. Finally, what are the main provisions on the prevention and the prosecution of extrajudicial executions included in the national Ethiopian legislation? Now, with enforced disappearances, the report does not provide substantial information on the legal framework on enforced disappearances in Ethiopia. The Ethiopian government, does it plan to ratify the International Convention on the Protection of all peoples against enforced disappearance and the global law on adopted global law on enforced disappearances? Now, assistance to victims on torture. The report acknowledges that during the period covered by the period, the Ministry of Justice closed secret detention centers that was abused by the like the Jijiga Central Prison in the capital of Ethiopia. Now, two questions. The Ethiopian government, can it provide information on the measures taken to provide reparations, including reparations and adaptations to victims of torture and the above-mentioned cases in accordance with the resolution to the rehabilitation of victims of torture? I'm referring to Resolution 303 of 2015. Do specific measures also exist to guarantee legal assistance that are free for victims of torture? We have, for a few years now, introduced a new question still on torture, and forces of law and penitentiary officials, do they use tools that do not have to maintain law and order, like electric shock arms or Mr. Chair, you have the floor. Thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner Atem, for the summary of these questions. The other questions which are on the document, the delegation will answer them later. Now, Honorable Commissioner Marie-Louise Abobo, you have the floor. Thank you for giving me the floor, Honorable Chair. I'd like to greet all the Ethiopian delegation and all other participants. Without further ado, I'm going to discuss with you the issue of the other persons and handicapped persons. As regards people with disabilities, the main question is why has the protocol not been ratified yet? What are the challenges and hurdles preventing this from being ratified? And regards the people with disabilities, 60 on the law of the last statement provide and similarly does special measures exist to encourage access to justice and reparations for the and victims of discrimination that are and finally, the Commission would like to know what mechanisms and special means have been developed in Ethiopia to guarantee that people with disabilities participate in developing all initiatives aimed at promoting and protecting their rights. Now, as concerning the elderly persons, the Commission would like to congratulate the Ethiopia the fact that they have ratified the protocol that concerns this category of vulnerable persons. They would also like to have statistics and also know the legal framework to protect and promote the rights of elderly persons and people with disabilities, and the definition of elderly persons in Ethiopia. Does it include the definition or take into account the definition that is in the protocol, that is elderly persons aged from 60 years and above? We also like to have precisions on the draft action plan and the standard operational procedures of institutions that have been developed to take care of elderly persons and to provide them assistance. And finally, can you mention to what extent social existing social policies target elderly persons specifically? Do we have relevant statistics on those? Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Commissioner Marilis Abomo. Now I'm going to give the floor to Honorable Commissioner Idrissa. So thank you, Honorable Chair, the Excellency Minister of Justice, and distinguished members of the delegation. I also like to bid you a warm welcome and to congratulate you for having satisfied your obligation to present the report in accordance with Article 62 of the Charter. The questions that I'm going to ask are related to the right to life. My mandate is made up of 3 parts. Everything that concerns death penalty, traditional killing, and enforced disappearances. But in this specific case, questions related to extrajudicial killings and enforced disappearances have already been taken into account by my colleague, Honorable SIM. So my questions will focus only on the death penalty. Now, as regards that, we know that your country, in its internal regulation, it allows for the death penalty. We have a doctrine on this question. For countries that still practice death penalty, we like to request them to go to develop a solid moratorium not to proceed to carry out executions. We also request, and that's from our general observation number 3, request that the death penalty should be used for very serious crimes. In your report, we didn't obtain the list of offenses that are under the death penalty. Can you provide this list of offenses so that we, if according to our standards, the death penalty in your country is applied to crimes that are very serious? The second question is on the situation of those that have been sentenced to death. You underscored that in February 2023, there were 125 those who were on the death corridor, who were who have been sentenced to death. Today we are in 2025. Can you provide us with updated information on that? We also like to know if since 2023 there have been executions or these death penalties were commuted to other sentences like life imprisonment, for example. The third and last question that I'd like to ask you, Your Excellencies, concerns a very interesting provision for us. We found in the criminal procedure reform draft that provides for commuting a death penalty to life sentence if the death penalty is not carried out within a period of 2 years. We found that very interesting, and I would like to take advantage of your presence here and ask you if this provision is still maintained in your draft criminal procedure reform. So that's, in a nutshell, Your Excellency, the questions that I'd like to put to your dedication. Thank you, Honorable Commissioner, and I return the floor to you. Thank you, Commissioner Edisaso. Honorable Commissioner Lita, you have the floor for your questions. So, Commissioner Lita, you have the floor.
Honorable Ministre d'État.
Commission notes that captured any statistics on statistic populations in the country, and if so, are they segregated by gender? Number 4, does the country plan to capture these communities in future censuses and demographic reports? What are the target specific legislative, policy measures and other government initiatives in place to protect and promote the rights of indigenous people, particularly the Tigrinyas, the Afar, the Hama, the Musi, the Majang, and the Anuk people? What measures are in place to protect the rights of pastoralist Ethiopians whose land is in great demand for leasing to foreign investors, by ensuring that their inclusion and participation in the decision-making processes that affects them is taken care of and their livelihood, especially in the Gambia region and the lower Omo Valley? Similarly, could the delegation brief the Commission on the implementation of government land investment policy of leasing fertile land to foreign investors and national companies, and how they safeguard measures to protect land grabbing and prevent negative impact to livelihoods on indigenous people in the country, including pastoralists, hunters, gatherers, and smallholders? Similarly, could the delegation brief the Commission on the implementation of the village policy for the resettlement of people in designated villages and how this has impacted indigenous people through the villageization in Ethiopia? What measures has the government put in place to ensure food security, access to health or medical care and social services, and access to education for pastoralists in Ethiopia? Has the federal government envisaged how the planned expansion of Ethiopia capital, Addis Ababa, will affect the nearby regions, such as the Oromia region, considering the possible displacement of some Oromo communities and annexation of adjacent territories for expansion and the measures in place to mitigate such. Your Excellency, the impact of the Tigray conflict on minority Irob and Kunama communities has been noted. The delegation is asked how the conflict in Tigray region affected the minority Irob and Kunama communities who straddled the international borders. Secondly, there are reports that these communities have been subjected to violations by the Eritrean forces in the area they occupy. Is this correct? Thirdly, what measures have been put in place to protect them from such violations and to recover them, for them to recover from effects of conflicts that has taken place? Before I finish, Your Excellency, large-scale killings and mass detentions of people on the basis of ethnicity among the Tigrayan has been noted. What is the response of the government of Ethiopia to report on large-scale killings and mass arbitrary arrests and detentions of indigenous Tigrinyas, specifically fighting age civilians, male in this community, based on profiling by the security forces in Ethiopia and Eritrea? What is the response of the government to reports of increased ethnicized language objectifying Oromos, Tigrinyas, and Amharas in the context of deteriorating security situation in Amhara region around April 2023? Finally, in persecution of the basis of ethnicity in Ethiopia, what is the prevalence of persecution on ethnic basis in Ethiopia, and what are the measures in place to address such issues? And finally, what measures is the government implementing to promote national unity, prevent ethnic tensions, and embrace diversity? I thank you. Amasagnalo.
Merci beaucoup, commissaire Lita Moussigny Ogana, pour cette question. Maintenant, je passe la parole à l'honorable commissaire
to Honorable Selma Safi Sasa for questions on refugees, IDPs, and asylum seekers. Commissioner Selma, you have the floor. Thank you, Chairperson, for giving me the floor. First and foremost, let me greet all the participants who are with us for this session. I would also like to, just like my colleagues, I would like to welcome the delegation from the Federal Republic of Ethiopia to this session for the presentation of their periodic report. I would also like to thank them for their presentation. Now, let me raise some questions in my capacity as the Special Rapporteur on refugees, asylum seekers, displaced persons, migrants, and stateless people in Africa. Let me start with the category of refugees and asylum seekers. The report which was presented stipulates that Ethiopia has adopted a new pronouncement on refugees in 2019, which allows them to obtain working permits, to go to school, obtain permits, etc. Ethiopia also ratified the Convention on Refugees in 1991 as the Convention of AOU on 69 on refugees. My first question is as follows. The proclamation of 2019, does it include expressly the principle of non-refoulement, and what are the measures that are put in place to ensure that this principle is respected in practice? According to the report also, and following the adoption of the Declaration of New York on 2016, Ethiopia co-organized a summit during which it took 9 commitments to improve the life of refugees, and this appears in paragraph 33. The delegation is urged to give us an overview on the implementation of these 9 commitments, especially those linked to the policies of taking them out of camps. During the World Forum on Refugees convened in 2019, Ethiopia also presented 2 new pledges with respect to the protection of refugees. The delegation is called upon to give us an overview of the process for the monitoring of those commitments. Some reports received by the Commission indicate that since January 2020, when the procedures for determination of the status of refugees were reviewed, arrivals from Eritrea do not have the status of a refugee prima facie. The delegation is urged to clarify that allegation. Furthermore, some other reports stipulate that more than 750,000 refugees in Ethiopia were exposed to expulsion because of the lack of food assistance and also the prolonged lack of funding. The delegation is hereby called upon to clarify those allegations. Now, let me move on to the category of displaced people displaced within their countries. The Commission, first and foremost, would like to congratulate the state of Ethiopia for the ratification of the Kampala Convention. The question has already been raised by the country rapporteur in terms of the non-inclusion of Party C. So please allow me to place emphasis on this matter. Furthermore, in paragraph 371, you refer to a bill for the transposition of the Kampala Convention. The delegation is called upon to give us an overview of the adoption process of this law. You have also reminded this during your oral presentations. You have stated that there is a law in that regard. Can you give us more clarification on this law? Has it been adopted? Now, let me Yes, I can manage. Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, I was saying that I am now moving to the category of migrants. The report under review gives very few information on the situation of migrants in Ethiopia. However, you have told us, you have brought information to us during your presentation. So let me ask you some questions with a view for clarification. The government of Ethiopia, does it envisage to ratify the International Convention on the Protection of the Rights of all Migrant Workers and members of their families? The Commission also would like to have information, updated information, in addition to what was presented orally, on the legal and institutional framework governing the activities of immigration in Ethiopia. Furthermore, apart from the fight against human trafficking, what are the main objectives of the national policy on migration as indicated in paragraph 369? The National Commission of Human Rights of Ethiopia and the civil society organizations, are they involved in the protection of the rights of migrants? And finally, the state of Ethiopia, does it envisage to ratify the protocol on treaties ratifying the relating to the free movement of people, right of residence, and the right of establishment? Now I will move on to the last category relating to stateless people. The report on the review does not provide any substantial information on the situation of stateless people in Ethiopia. All you did was responding to your presentation. So I will try to supplement this. My first question with respect to this category of individuals, the question is, does the Ethiopian government envisage to ratify the two UN Conventions on Statelessness, 1954, and the one of 1961. In Ethiopia, is there specific legislation which deals with issues relating to statelessness? Do the national authorities issue ID documents to stateless people so that they can benefit from the public services? And finally, the African Union in February 2024 adopted a protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights relating to the specific roles and nationality and the eradication of statelessness in Africa. Do the Ethiopian authorities envisage to ratify this protocol? Chairperson, I thank you and I hand over the baton to you. Thank you, Commissioner Selma, for the questions that you have summarized. I will now give the floor to participants online. I will intervene last. Commissioner Manuela, she has delegated Irisa Sow to read out her question on prisons. Thank you, Chairperson, for giving me the floor to ask questions prepared by Honorable Commissioner Maria Teresa Manuela, Special Rapporteur on Prisons, Detention Conditions in Africa. The questions by and large are around the implementation of the provisions of Article 6, which deals with freedom, personal freedom and protection against arbitrary detention. The Commission has taken note of the statement of the Federal Prisons Authorities in 2019 and the manner in which criminal investigations are conducted by the Federal Police in 2019. This is indicated in reports paragraph 672 to 73. Who ensures the protection of rights and dignity of individuals detained? We do note that there is no data on the prison's infrastructure, neither disaggregated data which would be good for analysis. So the question raised by the Special Rapporteur is as follows. What is the assessment that you do with respect to the implementation of this manual that I just mentioned, and which is in force for 5 years? Another question is, can you give us disaggregated statistical data on the prison infrastructures, the population in prison, as well as the occupation centers? In 2015, the Commission has expressed its concern with respect to the non-adherence to the constitutional time frame for remand, 48 hours. And according to paragraph 75 of your report, the Federal Police, in exceptional circumstances, can arrest people without any arrest warrant. We would like to know if the delegation can tell us under what circumstances can these arrests without an arrest warrant be rolled out. The Ethiopian Commission of Human Rights has also unlimited access to prisons through independent visits, regular and prompt visits to investigate cases of violence against prisoners or to ensure regular control of the detention centers and also to assess the conditions under which the detainees are imprisoned. The Commission would like to express satisfaction over the efforts deployed by Ethiopia to build 10 new detention centers with a view to depopulating the prisons. With respect to the difference in terms of the typology of installation of prisons and detention centers, can your delegation tell us what is the total capacity of this infrastructure? Because you are talking about 10 centers which are being built at the moment. The Special Rapporteur would also like you to tell us whether today in your legislation, internal legislation, are there alternative sentences to imprisonment with a view to fighting against overpopulations in the prisons. During the period under review, we would also like to know if civil servants have been prosecuted for the non-respect of the procedures. with respect to provisional detention. Do you have any data to share with us in that regard? With respect to the living conditions in the detention centers, the report that you presented acknowledges the existence under this period of detention centers which were closed because of the inhuman conditions therein, which in the opinion of the rapporteur should be commended. The report also talks about the opening of criminal procedures against the heads of those centers. Can your delegation tell us the outcome of the investigation that we are conducted, especially at what level these procedures? Have some officials be sentenced? Have these sentences been effectively applied? On the 28th of September 2016, the Commission sent an urgent appeal letter, joint letter, to the Federal Republic of Ethiopia with respect to the fire and the shooting at the Kilito prison in Addis Ababa. You are called upon to make observations on the implementations of the recommendations contained in this urgent appeal letter sent to you. You are also called upon, with all due respect, to produce specific data on women in prison, as well as on the challenges and the manner in which matters dealing with the women are dealt with, namely sexual health, reproductive health, catering for the medical care for detainees and those with children. You are also respectively called upon to indicate the efforts deployed by your government to improve the health services, the conditions of hygiene and water supply, whether these are sufficient at the level of the detention centers and prisons in general. With respect to the minors who are in conflict with the law, the Commission respects the sovereign basis, but then we are concerned about the 9-year minimum age, given the conventions, given the provisions of the Charter on the well-being of the child and the convention relating to the rights of the child. Can your delegation share with us information on the on how minors who are in conflict with the law have been assisted? Minors in detention or in conflict with the law, do they have access to educational program? This is the question raised by the special rapporteur. With respect to the right to total equality before the law and equal protection before the law, the Commission would like to congratulate your country with a view to deploying efforts meant to guarantee independence of the prisoners by allowing for more transparency and credibility in the appointment of the judges. Furthermore, Article 38, 79 and 78 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia provides for fair trial before independent courts and independence not only at the state level but also at the federal level. But the report indicates that the Criminal Code of Ethiopia is being reviewed. Apart from the constitutions, what are the other guarantees that citizens can have access to with a view to having access to equal right before the law? The other question is, what are the crimes which are part of the jurisdiction of the Sharia courts and the customary courts in Oromio and the other states? What guarantees do these procedures offer when it comes to the fundamental human rights? Legal assistance is known as a right guaranteed to citizens so that they can have access to justice. But then, but this is limited. Paragraph 105 of your report. This is limited. Does it mean that legal assistance is only mandatory for those who have been accused of serious crimes? The other question is your delegation is asked to indicate the current measures that you have taken with respect to the guarantees or the bails with right to people who are in the jails, and also in so doing to underpopulate the prisons. You are also called upon to provide data on the people who are affected to the judicial system. Are they enough to ensure free trial and equal trial and access to justice? With respect to the training of civil servants in human rights, and the instruments adopted by the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, like the Luanda guideline, like the guideline for maintenance of law during meetings in Africa, and the Mandela rules, are they incorporated in the training programs for these agents who are charged with applying the law? In the affirmative, can you tell us the results that have been obtained? Chairperson, that was the content of the questions prepared by the special rapporteur, and I must say it is an honor for me to submit this before the delegation of Ethiopia. Thank you, Commissioner Idrissa. I would now request the Honorable Commissioner Ramotulai Sala Njai, the Vice Chairperson who is online, to also take the floor and to ask questions relating to the Maputo Protocol within the same time frame. Commissioner Salanjai, are you there?
Proclamation 1263 of 2021, the Minister of Women and Social Affairs has the power and duty to undertake studies to identify discriminatory practices affecting women and create conditions for the elimination of such practices, follow up on their implementation. Delegation is therefore invited to provide concrete examples of identified discriminatory practices and measures adopted to address them. Can the delegation provide examples of existing measures to modify the social and cultural practice of women and men, that is customary practices, based on the inferiority or superiority of either sex or stereotypical roles for women and men? What are the efforts made to raise awareness of the populace on the rights of women, particularly in rural communities? The delegation is invited to provide an update on the initiatives to revise the Ethiopian Gender Policy 1990, which has been in operation for more than 30 years. In terms of access to justice and equal protection before the law, are women fully aware of their rights to access to legal aid? What is the impact of the National Free Legal Aid Strategy developed in 2015 on women's access to justice? In terms of participation in political and decision-making, the Commission welcomes the increase of political participation of women in Ethiopia, including in Parliament and the Cabinet, and of course, the appointment of the first female president, which we have in paragraph 48. The delegation is, however, invited to provide data on the 10 years development plan 2021-2030, its achievement in terms of gender parity at all levels of government in the legislative, executive, and judiciary branches. The delegation is invited to elaborate on the National Electoral Board of Ethiopia report, which highlighted attitudinal barriers towards gender inclusivity among political parties, affecting the effective implementation of measures to enhance women's participation. The delegation is also invited to respond to allegations on GBV that target female candidates and voters. There are other questions, but I'll just move on in the interest of time. Protection of women from violence, Articles 3 and 4, right to dignity and right to life, integrity and security. Is the delegation aware of the Commission's guidelines on combating sexual violence and its consequences in Africa? If so, kindly highlight steps and measures taken to incorporate the guidelines in combating sexual violence in Ethiopia. Distinguished delegates, the conflict in northern Ethiopia that started in 2020 in Tigray region and later expanded to Amhara and Afar regions manifested several human rights violations, including GBV. Does the National Transitional Justice Policy include specific measures to address GBV, that is prosecution, reparation, and guarantees of non-repetition that took place during this recent conflict? Does the existing legislative and institutional framework relating to combating GBV enable access to justice and provide for survivors, victims, medical, psychosocial support? Are there any victim support units to investigate violations and offer support to victims of gender-based violence? What forms of rehabilitation and reparation are available for survivors of sexual violence? Is marital rape criminalized under the penal code in Ethiopia? We need information on that. Are there any measures or policies to prevent digital violence against women, as well as prosecuting reported cases? What are the specific measures taken to protect women against political violence, harassment, or election-related conflict? In terms of elimination of harmful practices, Article 5, can the delegation inform the Commission about the prevalence of negative traditional cultural practice in the country and the government's efforts to combat them? What are the existing safeguards or guarantees for the full respect of women's rights under customary law in Ethiopia? In several parts of the continent, cases of female genital mutilation, domestic violence, and other negative traditions have increased in the context of COVID-19 pandemic. What was the experience in Ethiopia during the period, and what are the lessons learned? If you can share that with us. Rights relating to marriage, Article 6 and 7. Paragraph 7 stipulates the revised Federal Family Code 2000 raised the minimum legal age of marriage to 18 for both men and women. However, the government of Ethiopia indicated that Article 6b of the protocol shall be applied in accordance with the family laws of Ethiopia that allows dispensation from the minimum age of marriage, that is 18 years. The delegation is invited to explain the above-mentioned dispensation. Is the government aware of the joint general comment of the Commission and the Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child on ending child marriage, which was adopted in 2017? Ethiopia launched the National Strategy to Prevent and Combat Early Marriage 2016-2019. The delegation is kindly invited to provide an overview of the national strategies, achievements, and lessons learned. The delegation is also invited to provide an assessment on the concrete impact on the ground of the different laws and strategies aimed at preventing and combating early marriage in Ethiopia. With regard to economic, social, and cultural rights, we move on to right to education. The delegation is invited to provide data on the proportion of girls at different levels of the education system, elementary, secondary, and tertiary. What are the concrete measures taken to protect pregnant students from school dropout? Are there any measures to facilitate the re-entry into education of young mothers? Are there any initiatives or public policy to encourage women and girls to choose non-traditional fields of education and careers, including science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, the STEM subjects? Right to health. What are the concrete measures adopted to address the high maternal mortality rate in the state party? Is the government considering adopting legislation to encourage safe abortion, as well as in Article 14, 2C of the Maputo Protocol? Is the government considering addressing the high prevalence of HIV for women compared to men? With regard to right to peace, Article 10, the state, Article 10.3 provides that states shall take necessary measures to military expenditure significantly in favor of spending on social development in general and the promotion of women in particular. What are the measures taken by the government in the framework of the implementation of this article? Is there any national action plan on women, peace, and security currently enforced in Ethiopia in accordance with the UN Plans 1325? In terms of rights, especially women protection, Article 20 to 24. What is the legal and related to the protection of widows rights in Ethiopia? Are there any restrictions on the right of inheritance in Ethiopia, in particular those that are required by customary law? Finally, can the delegation provide information on the situation of women prisoners and the protection offered for them, particularly pregnant women and nursing mothers? Chairperson of the Commission, delegate, allow me to take this opportunity also to urge the delegation, the minister and the delegation of Ethiopia, for the ratification of the EU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls. I thank you very much, Chair.
Merci, commissaire Ramatoulaye Salanjai, Madame la vice-présidente, pour les résultats.
Madam Chairperson, for the summary of the questions that you put. I'm going to request Honorable Topsy Sono if she's on the line.
Morning, Excellencies and distinguished delegates. I shall address, and I'd like to thank the delegation from Ethiopia for presenting their report, and I'd like to address my questions as Special Rapporteur for Freedom of Expression and Access to Information. Chair, I'd begin with the right to receive information. Can the government of Ethiopia provide information on whether the new media proclamation number 1238 of 2021 enshrining the right of access to information, is it in conformity with international and regional rights standards and as elaborated in the Commission's Model Law on Access to Information in Africa? On the same mass media proclamation 1238 of 2021, it would seem that there have been draft amendments and there is in place a new procedure for appointing board members of the Ethiopian Media Authority, removing conflict of interest safeguards that currently prohibit members of political parties from serving on the board. Is that true? And we'd like the delegation to report on that. There is also an amendment to that mass media proclamation, replacing the existing requirement that board members be drawn from civil society, media, and other relevant institutions, with a vague stipulation that members come from bodies, and I quote, relevant to the media. Can the delegation please comment on this? And also, there seems to have been a transfer of key licensing powers, including the authority to deny registration, suspend or remove licenses, issue warnings and fines, as well as termination of programs from the board to the authority itself. Could the delegation please provide more information on these aspects? Also, is the government of Ethiopia aware of a declaration of principles on freedom of expression and access to information in Africa of 2019? To what extent have its principles been used to guide the undergoing revision of a Press Proclamation Act 34 of 1992 and the Criminal Code provisions related to regulation of the media? Reports inform that the 2008 Access to Information Proclamation and the list of exempted information is quite extensive, which may make almost all information concerning the activities of public officers inaccessible. The delegation is invited to comment on the above mentioned allegation. Also, what are the efforts in place to enhance access to information for people living in remote and rural areas? Has the government of Ethiopia designated an oversight mechanism to oversee implementation of a law which provides for the right of access to information? As regards right to freedom of expression, the delegation is invited to confirm whether defamation has been decriminalized and the confidentiality of journalist sources is protected under the Proclamation 1238 of 2021. Ethiopia adopted Proclamation number 1176 of 2020 on the prevention and suppression of terrorism crimes and Proclamation number 1185 2020 on the prevention and suppression of hate speech and disinformation. The delegation is invited to elaborate on allegations of use of vague terminology and overly broad restrictions on the right to freedom of expression in the two above-mentioned proclamations. Reports inform that Proclamation number 1185 of 2020 on the prevention of suppression of hate speech and disinformation imposes a penalty on those who merely repost or otherwise share content deemed to be hate speech or disinformation, which widens the scope of its application. The delegation is also invited to elaborate on the aforementioned allegation. As regards media diversity, the Commission takes note of the detailed information provided in the report on the media landscape in Ethiopia, that is, a written press, audiovisual, public, and private media,
national and all community media. Reports inform that since 2018, the media landscape is more open and pluralistic. What are the measures taken to guarantee equal access to public advertising revenue for all media without discrimination? As regards safety of journalists, the report under review informs that since the deep-rooted political reforms began in 2018, large numbers of journalists, bloggers, members, and leaders of opposition or formerly banned political groups have been released from prison through pardon, dropping of charges, and amnesty. However, reports inform about attacks, harassment, and arrest of journalists, including 39 journalists from June 2021 to June 2022 in Addis Ababa and the Amhara and Oromia regions. The delegation is invited to respond to the aforementioned allegations. What concrete measures have been taken by the government of Ethiopia to ensure effective protection for journalists as provided in Resolution 468 of 2020 on the safety of journalists and media practitioners in Africa? Are there specific measures to protect journalists during electoral campaigns, elections, and post-electoral contexts? Can the government provide information on the number of journalists and other media practitioners who are currently in prison and for what crimes? On the right to privacy, does the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia have constitutional or legislative protection of the right to privacy? What safeguards are in place to ensure that the enjoyment of the right to privacy in the event of communication surveillance? And what are the laws and mechanisms available in Ethiopia to protect personal information, particularly with regard to data processing? Does the government have a law or policy which regulates surveillance? On the freedom of expression and access to information on the internet, there were, it seems, 21.1 million internet users in Ethiopia in December 2021. That is 17.7% of the population. The delegation is invited to address the concerns raised by the Commission regarding the shutting down of the internet. Has the state adopted legislation or policy to ensure universal, equitable, affordable, and meaningful access to the internet? Finally, Chair, bearing in mind that the internet and social media shutdowns violate the right to freedom of expression and access to information, contrary to Article 9 of the African Charter, are there measures in place to ensure that the responsible body does not require internet service providers to shut down the internet? Thank you, Chair. I have done with my questions.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Topisono. Il y a encore des questions qui doivent être posées.
Now, there are another questions on the working group on extractive industries, environment, and human rights in Africa. I'm going to ask this question in the absence of the Honorable Commissioner Suleiman. We have gone through this report, and there is no information on extractive industries. Under Article 21 on the right of the free ownership of wealth and natural resources, we like the written version will be sent to the government, and you're going to submit to them. The first question is that what is the percentage of the contribution of extractive industries to the gross domestic product, otherwise known as the GDP, in Ethiopia? Would also the Commission also like the government of Ethiopia to indicate the legal guarantees requiring the local communities in Ethiopia to have to the possibility of fully participating in all the stages of launching the operation of extractive industries. So please tell us what the legal guarantees are. Now, marginalized groups, especially women, are they involved in the process at the various stages, from granting licenses and the implementation of activities of these industries, these extractive industries? To what extent do you involve these marginalized groups, especially women? Similarly, Ethiopian authorities, have they consulted the communities impacted before the gold mine in Legadembi resumes its services after having been closed temporarily? So you're called upon to let us know if the local communities have been affected. Now, the rights of local communities, do they benefit from income generated by the extraction process, and is it provided for in the relevant legal framework? So, is that an legal obligation according to which the public should be fully informed about all the revenue from the extractive industries? Is it for the government and a legal obligation to inform the public of the income from extractive industries in Ethiopia? Does the government send a report to the parliament? 7th question. What are the legal measures to fight against corruption and illicit financial flows in the extractive industry sector? Do you have legal measures to fight against corruption and illicit financial flows? Now, regard to the transparency measures, are they legislative measures requiring extractive industries company that to make their profit public? We also like to know if the national courts of Ethiopia have been seized with cases of non-compliance with legal requirements by extractive industries. The delegation is also invited to provide specifications with regard to concrete measures they've taken to implement the recommendations of the advocacy visit of the working group on extractive industries of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. So what are the measures you have taken to implement the recommendations that were made and submitted to the government of Ethiopia? Now, as regards the law on environment, because this group also deals with this issue, what are the assessment procedures on the environmental impact in order to enable the participation of communities potentially affected and the organizations and civil society organizations? So also requesting the government if there are legal frameworks to tackle environmental issues related to extractive industries, in brackets, water pollution, soil degradation, and agricultural systems. Finally, we would like to know if the government can tell us if there are legal guarantees. So many legal guarantees have been requested under this mechanism. So we're also wondering if there are legal guarantees to compensate the persons affected by the environmental degradation. And the last question, the delegation is invited to answer or respond to the impact study. Has it been conducted? Was it conducted before the resumption of activities of the gold mine in Dembi? Questions on Dembi. An independent impact study on the resumption of activities of the Lengan-Dembi gold mine, and has this study been published? What the necessary guarantees imposed by the government on this society or the company in this regard? So those are the questions that the African Commission would like to put to you as regards the working group on extractive industries. Before I ask you the questions on the human rights defenders, which will be the last that we'll do. I would like to give my colleagues 3 minutes because to ask the questions that they forgot on the HIV. The minutes that I'm giving you are very should be actually strictly respected. Honorable Lita, you have the floor. Honorable Commissioner Lita.
This time I'll be taking the floor to ask questions under the HIV and AIDS mandate. The Commission commenced the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia for various measures that it has detailed in its periodic report towards the prevention of the spread of HIV and AIDS, particularly paragraphs 259 to 264. We note that the country has adopted a national HIV/AIDS strategic plan for the year 2021 to 2025. Under paragraph 81 of the report, the country makes reference to the National HIV/AIDS Prevention Roadmap 2018 to 2020. The Commission would like to be briefed on the major successes and achievements attained in the implementation of this roadmap. The Commission takes note also of the prevalence rates on HIV/AIDS under paragraph 85 of the report, in which the rates for women and men is different. The huge disparity and disproportional prevalence amongst women, that is 1.12%, and for men 0.6%, is attracting the Commission's attention. We would like to know if we can receive an in-depth analysis of the factors contributing to the higher HIV/AIDS prevalence among women as opposed to men, among other things. On antiretroviral drugs, ARVs, the Commission notes that the access of ARVs to children under 15 years is 35%, while that for the general population is 84%. This is a huge disparity, and the Commission invites the country to explain where there is this huge disparity. With regard to HIV/AIDS in prisons and correctional facilities, we would like to know what targeted HIV and AIDS prevention measures that the government has put in place to prevent spread of HIV/AIDS in prisons and correctional facilities. The Commission is eager also to know if the government has been able to make any substantive achievement of UN targets 95%, 95%, 95%, which relate to, the first 95% is to status of awareness, the second one is on people with treatment, and the third one is virological suppression. So the Commission is eager to know how the country is performing on this. The Commission also commends the country for the adoption of relevant laws such as the Federal Civil Service Proclamation number 4 and Labor Proclamation number 5 with regard to prohibiting discrimination on the basis of HIV/AIDS status in relation to access to opportunities and treatments in employment occupations. We are eager to find out what is the prevalence of social stigma and discrimination against persons living with HIV and AIDS in education, employment, and community integration, and what other measures or strategies are in place to address such issues. The Commission notes under paragraph 86 there are challenges of availability and accessibility of quality health services to women, and there are delays in seeking behavioral changes and transportation of HIV/AIDS healthcare centers. We are eager to know what the country is doing about this. The Commission is deeply concerned about several reports on the... I'm finishing, Chair. Please. I'm finishing, Chair. The Commission is deeply concerned of several reports on the use of intentional transmission of HIV/AIDS as a method of warfare in the context of conflict in the northern part of Ethiopia. The delegation is invited to provide a response on the above-mentioned reports and provide a briefing on the measures taken to prevent and address such cases. The Commission is eager to find out from the state the various facilities, services, and preparedness to cater for HIV/AIDS, people living with HIV/AIDS in Tigray, Afar, Amhara, and Oromia regions. And finally, Chair,
thank you, Commissioner.
Finally, with regard to the COVID-19 pandemic interruptions, the Commission is eager to find out if the country has in any way experienced any disparities and lapses of health services in country in general, and particularly if they were able to capture the lapses in the HIV/AIDS and how the pandemic affected people living in the HIV/AIDS in Ethiopia, and if statistics have been affected towards the increase of pandemic in the country. I thank you. I'm Segnalo.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. For the last series of questions, Your Excellencies, will concern the mandate of the Special Reporter on the Human Rights Defenders, focal point on reprisals and the judicial independence in Africa. That is, so my mechanism that is asking questions and bringing up the proclamation 1113 to 29. We want to know if it affects denominational organizations. So what is the religious system that is applicable to cultural or denominational organizations? We also like to invite you to provide specifications on the adjacent for civil society organizations, its mandate, its composition, and its membership, and the guarantees of its independence. And an important question, what is the applicable system for freedom of meetings or assembly in Ethiopia? Is it a notification or that of a prior notification? The government of the Republic of Ethiopia, does it plan to update the Proclamation number 3 of 1991 on the procedure of peaceful protest and public and political assembly? We would also like to know if there are restrictions on the peaceful assembly in Ethiopia. I'd like to note that you mentioned in the report you due to COVID, you had to prohibit assembly of more than 4%, but we want to ask you if that has been lifted and if anything has been updated, because we realize that every time the AU summit is held, CSOs cannot protest. So peaceful protest. So are there restrictions on that? We have received a lot of complaints regarding that during the AU summit, especially that the police is instructed to quell protests. The state parties, are they aware of the guidelines of the African Union Commission of Human and People's Rights on the freedom of assembly and association? Do you take into account these guidelines when making amendments? You talk about the reforms of the processes of the legal framework of the civil society organizations. Similarly, concerning guidelines on the maintaining of law by public agents, the guidelines on the maintaining of law by public agents, are you aware of those guidelines? Does the government plan to amend its current law to update these provisions in accordance with the guidelines that I've just mentioned? regarding law maintenance. The government of Ethiopia is also requested to provide details on awareness raising and training provided to the police force and other stakeholders on national provisions and international standards on human rights, on the right to peaceful assembly and association. Now, the right to the human rights, I'd like to know if the government of Ethiopia has specific measures to prevent the violation of human rights in Ethiopia. Are there current measures, regulatory, legal measures to protect human rights defenders, especially as concerned the eastern area of Africa? Do you have a specific law to protect human rights defenders as the Commission recommends? For some time now, we have recommended the states to vote some laws, and it has been done so by West Africa and Central Africa, but in East Africa, nothing has been done to implement that law. As regard the judicial independence, two small questions. What are the legal guarantees of the independence of justice in judicial independence in Ethiopia? And what are the criteria for selecting and appointing judicial civil servants in Ethiopia? Last question. We sent a joint appeal letter on presumed violations of human rights on the people of Amara. So a joint appeal letter was sent on 23 January 2025 on the alleged violations of human rights on the Amara people, a letter that was sent to the government of Ethiopia, and we would like to know if the Commission would like to have the answers from the delegation with regards to the recommendation of the communique and the joint appeal letter that were addressed to the government of Ethiopia regarding the people of Amara. I would like to come back to one last concern, Mr. Minister. I actually listened to you keenly on the issue of transitional justice with the previous government. It was a question of when you have to rather develop the Truth and Reconciliation Committee, the TRC, or mechanisms that had to preside over transitional justice after the agreement that the government of Ethiopia signed with the forces that opposed the central regime in South Africa. The African Commission was going to be involved, but ever since there has been total silence. We haven't heard anything anymore because, you know, we have started a process, a fact-finding process in the situation in Tigray that had to be developed, is yet to be done. So the Commission would like to have answers on that, and if need be, and if deem it necessary, we can also hold a meeting before to update us on this issue, because it is really important to us, especially as the previous government had already developed a roadmap that had not been followed, and ever since nothing has really happened. So that's a question that I'm like to put on the fact-finding commission on Tigray. If you have questions, we can come back to it in private or in camera. Excellency, ministers, all the questions have been put to you. Now, what should we do? It is 1:29. In the procedures of the African Commission, you have presented the summary of your report, And I'd like to express the congratulations of the Commission once again. The commissioners have interacted with you by asking questions and realize that the delegation has taken due note. But for today, we are going to let you go, and the Secretariat will communicate with you about when exactly you will come to us and answer. We're going to work tomorrow and Sunday so that you can present your answers. But by respect for your delegation, I'm going to give you the floor so that you let us tell us something instead of just going away like that without saying anything. That way, we will wrap up with that word, and we'll resume tomorrow according to the schedule that the Secretary will be provide. It is 1:30. Excellency, you have the floor.
Honorable Commissioners, thank you so much for your questions. These are very important questions. We are really honored to be here to respond to your questions. But since these questions are very important, and since we have to address those questions by, collecting evidences and communicating with the relevant stakeholders in the country, we will not respond to all questions today. We need time to discuss and respond for your relevant and very important questions. Accordingly, with your permission, we would like to present our response on Monday morning as per the program we have received. On Monday afternoon, we can have, as Your Excellency proposed, we can have also separate, as we can respond, and in the afternoon, we can have also separate meeting, if this is acceptable by Your Excellency.
Nous ne voyons aucun inconvénient. Nous allons nous en tenir à ce qui est prévu dans le programme.
Let us stick to the program. I just gave an example that you can come tomorrow or day after tomorrow because most delegations say they have to leave. But in the instant case, we stick to what is in the program Monday so that you have time over the weekend to prepare it. And if you want this to be done in the afternoon, I will be available so that we can have a bilateral meeting in that regard. Because are you comfortable with that proposal, Your Excellency?
So we can have a discussion and can clarify everything what's happening in Ethiopia about TJ. Yes.
Thank you.
Now we have arrived at the end of today's working day. A round of applause, please, for the delegation of Ethiopia. Whilst we wait till Monday, we shall call it a day, and we will request states that have expressed to take the floor to send us their report before the October session. Burundi said they will communicate their progress report. Algeria, we congratulate them. Cameroon even went further, that they would also produce a report on the Charter and the 5 other conventions. So it will be a very voluminous report. So we are looking for this report. Cameroon is number 1 as a country who will present its report on the Kampala Convention. The meeting stands adjourned, and we will see tomorrow according to the program. And for those friends who are going to pray, we wish you good luck.
commission ce qu'on appelle les mécanismes spéciaux. Il s'agit d'une espèce de subdivision interne du travail avec des rapporteurs, avec des groupes de travail et avec des comités. C'est comme cela que la Commission africaine de l'homme et des peuples travaille. Alors, c'est sur une base thématique. Le rapporteur travaille seul, il peut travailler sur les réfugiés, sur les défenseurs des droits de l'homme. Un comité, c'est un groupe d'un certain nombre de commissaires qui travaillent en association avec les experts extérieurs sur une thématique encore bien déterminée. Ça peut être la torture, ça peut être la peine de mort, en tout cas sur les questions qui sont liées aux droits de l'homme. Ensuite, vous avez les groupes de travail. Ce ne sont que des appellations qui changent, mais en réalité, c'est des structures, des microstructures formées à la fois d'un groupe de commissaires 3, de quelques experts extérieurs. Quand ils se mettent ensemble, ils forment un groupe de travail pour le profit de la commission, c'est-à-dire les analyses des choses et font des propositions à la